If you'll please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would ask that the board approve an amendment to the agenda. Item E under action, approval or denial of new hires, transfers, resignations was added late after the posting. So I'd ask to approve the agenda as amended.
Need a motion to approve?
I'll approve that as requested.
So I have a motion from Ronnie. Second?
I'll second.
All right, second from Mr. Kimball. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That's right. Thanks for joining us, Haas. In fact, as a
Hey, good to be here.
for information purposes, our board chair, Mr. Haas, is joining us remotely, and Trustee Harris will not be joining us this evening. She has actually resigned from the board for personal reasons, but we would like to thank Trustee Harris very much for a lot of hours of service to the Emmett School District. We're grateful for all she's done. And we'll be looking to make an appointment there following standard procedures. But thank you very much, Jody. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. As far as going down our agenda goes for the regular session, we need to approve our regular consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a so motion to approve our consent agenda as listed.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Walker. All right, do we have any discussion on that? Any concerns? No. There's no discussion. It's been motion and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? None?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
can I make a suggestion going forward? As we have Mr. White on video conference, there's a touch of a delay. Can we do roll call votes just so that we don't skip too forward too fast for him and voting in?
All right. That's a good plan. So Haas, because you're a little bit slower than the rest of us, we will try and give you some time. All right. General patron input. We do have someone who'd like to speak to us, Mr. Ryan Atwood. Please come forward. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Board, for this opportunity. I do have some words. I'll just read them so I don't go too long. My name's Ryan Atwood. I've lived in Emmett for nearly 30 years, graduated from EHS, and I've been involved in coaching sports, kids sports for the last 15 years or so. I love this community and the kids in it. I have 5 kids in the Emmett School District, ranging from first grade to a senior in high school. I'm a practicing physician assistant and work in a family practice clinic in Boise. I also have worked in the epidemiology department of Central District Health at the beginning of this pandemic. In this role, I tracked the spread of COVID-19, talked to patients who tested positive for the virus and their social contacts. I spent dozens of hours researching how this virus is spread and how it affects the body, and continuing to monitor the changes as they come. I'd like to address the board today about the return to school plan. I'm a firm believer that kids learn best in the classroom. They need face-to-face time with teachers, counselors, administrators, and each other. Also, as we know, school provides much more than learning for many students. In a previous life, I was a police officer where I saw children who lived in deplorable conditions, children who were severely neglected, children who literally had no food in their homes. School is a safe place for many of these kids. They need to be in school, and our best chance of keeping them there is to slow down the spread of this virus. The best way to do this is by wearing face coverings and hand sanitization. It's been shown that if everyone would wear masks when social distancing wasn't an option, it could reduce the spread by 85%. It's obvious that we are making decisions with a lot of unknowns. The only thing we can do is make the best decision with the facts at hand. We know that kids learn best in person, so let's do our best to make that happen. It has been suggested by the superintendent that we start school on an A-B schedule. As a general scenario, we say there's a class of 5th graders with 15 students in it. 1 student tests positive for COVID-19. If all the children and teachers have been consistently wearing masks, risk of contracting COVID is considered low. Only the student who tests positive and probably their family would have to quarantine. If a mask has not been used at all, all 15 of the students and a teacher have to quarantine for 14 days. Another scenario is if a teacher tests positive and masks haven't been used, if masks have not been used. Now, all 15 students in Group A and all 15 students in Group B have to be in quarantine, as well as anyone else in the school she has had close contact with. The ripple effect is huge. It's just one scenario in one classroom. I'm sure you can see that it wouldn't take long before so many students and teachers were quarantined, the school would have to be canceled. This would be an endless cycle every few weeks as the virus continued to spread. As any parent or teacher will tell you, children are a veritable cesspool of germs and disease. COVID's no different. As school gets back in session, it is unavoidable that the number of positive cases will increase. Kids and their families will end up quarantined at some point, if not multiple times during the year. At the beginning of this pandemic, the hope was that it was seasonal. As we can see, it's not. With the easy spread of this virus, it will not stop. We have to accept the fact that we will live in a world with COVID until maybe a vaccine is found. Even at that point, much like flu, it may not be totally eliminated, but be a seasonal vaccination. We have to adapt to a new way of doing things that will give us the best long-term outcomes. Best protection right now is face coverings and hand sanitization. We can implement these practices to move forward as best as possible. With my own children, I've asked a question about wearing masks at school. My senior is all for it. In her words, she says, I want to actually have a senior year. My other children know that wearing a mask is the right thing to do, but honestly told me, I know I should wear it, but if my friends aren't and it isn't required, I'm not sure if I'd actually wear it. I believe the best thing to do is mandate face coverings and incorporate it with the rest of the dress code. Science as well as observation tells us that face masks work. I've seen and treated several patients who had COVID in my clinic. Because we were both wearing masks, I did not contract COVID and was able to continue about my daily life. At our last meeting, Mr. Walker mentioned that he has children with underlying health conditions and are planning on homeschooling his children this year to keep them safe. I completely understand and support him in this, as his wife is a stay-at-home mom is a great choice for them. My wife also stays home, our kids are healthy, and we made the choice to send them to school. However, not all families have the option of keeping their kids in the safety of their home. Many at-risk children have parents who work full-time and are not able to homeschool them. We have an obligation to provide a safe learning environment for those children. I know this is not an easy decision for the school board to make, and I appreciate all the hard work you have put in. Is a mask mandate a perfect option? Absolutely not. That's the best chance we have of keeping these kids in school. As a father, I'm asking you to please follow the advice of medical professionals whose job it is to know about this virus. This should not be a political decision, but one based on scientific facts. Asking someone to protect themselves and others is not a violation of rights. If parents disagree with the mask requirement, we already have the online option that is available. Let them take it. For those parents that send their children, whether as a choice or lack thereof, please do the best we can to keep them safe by mandating face coverings for them in school district. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments and thanks for taking the time for that. One follow-up question I had for you when you say if there was spread, are we mandating a quarantine for say everyone? Where does that mandate come from? I just need to understand that.
Yeah, that would come from the health department. In their contact tracing, if they find there's someone in close contact with somebody who's either tested positive or is a probable case for COVID-19, then that person has to quarantine from 14 days from the date of the last contact with that person. So that would come from the health department.
Any follow-up questions there?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate that. All right, at this point, we have no further patron input. And we'll move on to the GCEA report.
We don't have any.
No report. All right. Well, that was very brief. Thank you for that. We do appreciate your work. All right. In that case, moving on to the further report. Who's got that for us?
Mr. White?
I don't know if Ronnie has anything, but I don't have anything.
I don't have anything either.
Okay.
There's nothing to report.
All right. So nothing on PERDA, and then we will move forward. I do think we'll have some items on this one. The superintendent report.
Oh, sure. Now I've got the floor for the next hour. Is that right? Actually, I just got a couple things I want to show you. We started our summer summit today, but I want to show you our numbers currently with ERA. That's as of this morning, and at the grade level we're looking at. So at kindergarten, we have 14 students who would like to attend our online remote academy. At the first grade level, 11, 13 at the second, 13 at the, 11 at the third, 19 at the fourth, Fifth, we have 7, and then 11. That's in our elementary grades. And then if we look down below, we're looking at 17, 12, 14, 6, 16, and 14. We anticipated we'd have approximately 200 students when we put this together. That would be just short of about 8% of our population. So that's where we are as of this morning. I know that number will probably rise by tomorrow at 5 o'clock. But the reason why we put the deadline at 5 o'clock tomorrow is so that we can develop our staffing for that. And it'll also develop caps. So if tomorrow we end up with 20 students at the second grade level, then we'll have one teacher at the second grade level, but we'll be able to add possibly up to 2 more for the trimester, but we'll cap it at 22. That would be the biggest class we'd want for an ERA group of second graders. So that's just kind of our numbers as of right now. And that's what we're doing, is because we're going to pull staff out of Carberry and Shadow Butte and the high school and middle school to run our ERA program as we walk through this. And so I know there was a lot of frustration is not knowing what the schedule will look like, but that's our points as of right now. And the second thing is we started our summer institute today. We spent about 6 hours or 7 hours actually with 70 staff members talking about our why and where we're going as a district. This was our presentation to start the day. We had everything from a little bit about me and Isa, and I talked a lot about that picture, but kind of interesting where we went from there. Isa, and then we moved into talking about growth mindset for our students and for our staff to understand what growth mindset is and understand how important it is, and then also about collective efficacy and how collaboration and professional learning communities can be a driving force within our system. Just some great start to the week. We'll finish the week by looking at what are known as and developing our power standards for each of our grade levels, and looking at our pacing guides. And this is not principal driven. This is teacher driven. And, they look at the information, they make the decisions because they're the professionals in the classroom. We also talked a lot about giving teachers some freedom. Having loose and having tight things within that curriculum. Some things are just, they're non-negotiable, they're an expectation, but then there's flexibility within that. And I think it was well received today. Haven't seen the feedback from today's meeting, but hopefully as we look at it and review over the next few days, we'll see where we're headed and the vision we have within our district. And this, I wanted to kind of highlight this because Trustee Kimball, during our last executive session, had talked about with all this COVID stuff going on, you directed me to not lose sight of our vision of the district and where we're going. And so this was that energizer that I needed. Today was what filled my bucket. Today was the day where I was there in front of staff and not presenting to them, but being a part of education, and being a part of a bigger than me kind of thing. It's not about me. It's about where we're going with our students and our staff. And it was great to get away from protocols and school days and safety and actually just be around colleagues and that face-to-face was a big part of it. Being able to be in the room with them was great. So I think we had a great day. I'm excited about where we're headed. All of our administrators were there all day long. I think they enjoyed some of the things that we had them do as well, because again, they're the instructional leaders in that building. And I think we're moving in the right direction. I didn't use the analogy of getting on the bus. I decided we're more of a train, and we're headed, and there's no stopping us once we get rolling. So sorry, Shauna, we moved away from the bus analogy to trains. So, all right, so that's my report. Do you have any questions? That was easy.
All right. Well, thank you for the update. Appreciate that. Next, as far as moving on to our action items, our bills. Trustee Walker.
As most people in this room, we had bills this month. Upon reviewing the bills, I found no discrepancies in accounting for the money that was spent. I found some things of note that I wanted to bring up. There was a bill for Edgenuity, EDGENUIT, UITY, which is the digital library curriculum. A large part of it is for the Patriot Center and their professional development, which is $9,995. Money well spent there. We had to renew that curriculum. Gem Asphalt LLC. We had the playground here at Butteview, the Butteview complex, in preparation for the youngers to be here on campus. They did some asphalt paving there, and we got multiple bids there, and they were low bid. It was a little over $27,000. We refinished all of the gym floors at the middle school, the high school, Carberry, and Shadow Butte. That was only about $2,200, showing we're maintaining our buildings, taking care of the floors that we have. There are new partition walls for those of you here in the building. You might see some of the work that's going on out here. We have a new partition wall in one of the modulars. Mr. Woods, what was that for? Again, the partition out in the modular?
So on the modulars, the middle modular is going to be our junior high alternative school, and so we separated it into separate classrooms. It was one large building, and so we split it.
And then the other area that was worked on was here in the building.
The other area is right down on their special ed hallway. About 2/3 of the way down there was just an open area that was actually gated off, that we've actually filled in the wall there to kind of separate off our special ed offices.
Awesome. Thank you. And that was just under $5,000 for that. We've purchased some high definition cameras, also some internet access points to aid with the ERA Learning Academy. Totaled about $7,000 there. We are also invested in Lightspeed Technologies wall and ceiling mount speakers for, I don't know how many classrooms, Mr. Loftus?
I think we did 30 this year.
About 30 classrooms, which allows the teacher to talk to each student as if they were in the front of the room, so that kids in the back of the room, no matter where they're sitting, can still hear the teacher teach the class. I assume, depending on what a teacher's preference is with a mask this year, that could be very important. So you actually will see speakers on the wall, mounted on the wall. A directional speaker is not at the front of the room. It's actually some science involved in making sure that every kid can hear. That was $32,190. For any of the kids listening, because I'm sure the adults aren't going to get caught in the Butteview library, but we will now have Giraffes Can't Dance and Janice B. Jones and the Stupid Smelly Bus books in the library, along with about $1,100 of other books that are going to be there. All told, we had $320,031.94 in expenses, and I found no discrepancies, Mr. Vice Chair, in what I saw there.
Appreciate the report and the special items noted there. Do we have a motion to approve the bills?
I'll make that motion to approve the bills.
Thank you, Trustee Weeks. Do we have a second?
Second.
We'll let Haas do that just so he's on record for doing something. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Haas. All right. Any further discussion on bills? All right. We have a motion and a second. Do a roll call vote for Haas. Mr. Kimball?
Aye.
Mr. Weeks?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Haas?
Aye.
I don't like using your last name because your Haas is just too good to pass up. So,
That's okay.
and I'm an aye as well. So, good on that one. Thank you. All right. Moving on, the start of the school year calendar adjustment.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like the board to consider delay at the start of the school for students from August 26th to August 31st. August 26th was scheduled as a half day for students, which is a Wednesday. The delay of those 3 days would allow our staff to, as they come back on the 18th, our new staff are here on the 18th, our returning staff will be on the 19th. It allows them 3 more days to adjust to new standard operating procedures, to look at some of the, when we built these standard operating procedures, they're kind of a living document. They may change because as they get into the classroom, teachers may realize that, oh, this isn't going to work in this situation. And so they have a few days to kind of work through that. So by giving us 3 more days of teacher prep, teacher planning, because if we do start in either yellow, orange, or red, we need to be prepared to go to red. And so that gives us a couple more days within the classroom for the teachers to be able to do that. Staff, administration has been on campus almost all summer. Our principals, even though they weren't required to be here, have been here every week for meetings. But we're ready. We just need to get our staff ready. And I think those extra 3 days would be vital in helping them do that. It will not affect the calendar as far as they will not have to make it up at any other time. We will look at a waiver depending on how the school year goes, depending on what happens around the state. If we need to with our hours, similar to what we did this year. So at this point, it won't be a push off to cut Christmas break or Thanksgiving break or extend the school year. At this point, it's just cutting these 3 days so we can make sure and maintain and be prepared for whatever category we move into.
All right, we can appreciate this is kind of a difficult time and that takes some planning. I don't have any issues with that. Do we have any questions for the superintendent on that before we? All right, do we have a motion on that then?
I'll make the motion as presented.
Thank you, Haas. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second that we amend the school year calendar as presented. Well, I don't know if we need a roll. All in favor, say aye. I'm changing my mind.
Aye.
All right, and I did hear Haas on that. I'm an aye as well.
Who was the second?
Mr. Kimball.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So moving on, we've got school reopening category classification. This will be a fun one.
So, Mr. Chair, I submitted a letter Tuesday morning or early Wednesday morning, I guess it was, to the trustees and also to my staff. It went out on Facebook as well later that morning. Based on the conversation I had with Southwest District Health, local health officials, not only last Monday, but also today's meeting, my recommendation, and again, even after writing that recommendation and having another discussion with the principals, my recommendation is that we look at starting in category 3, which is the orange, which would require a hybrid schedule for our students. But after discussion and after planning with administration, we believe my recommendation would be that we start with hybrid for only K5. They would be all day long. 6-12, I got it flipped. I know. For 6-12, we'd be hybrid with an A/B schedule, and for K5, we would be all day, every day. So our students would be there at the elementary level in all of our elementary schools, all day, every day. The reason behind that is because we can put our students into cohorts and maintain those cohorts better than we can when you go to the secondary level where students are transitioning between classes. This is classification only. This isn't about the mask mandate at this point. This is just what classification should we start in. Some of the data that we have, and so Southwest District Health has put Gem County into red, which means we have greater than 5 COVID cases a day. We've been in red for this will be the 2nd week, but if you look at our trend is dropping. So when we went into red, we were looking at 34, 27, but as you can see, we are starting to see a drop in that trend. We may continue to drop, or because of county fair and the rodeo, we could see another spike. But based on the information from last week and this week, we're still above where we need to be. And so we still haven't gotten great data from Southwest District Health on students under the age of 18. But looking through all the data from the state of Idaho, if you look at the state of Idaho, there was 2,200 cases of COVID positive that were under the age of 18. Well, there's just over 23,000 total cases, which means the numbers came out right at 9%. 9% of our population that are that are COVID positive were under the age of 18. So then I took that data, I looked at also the data from Southwest District Health, and it's almost identical. There's 6,300 cases in Southwest District Health, which is that they cover the counties of Canyon, Hawaii, Adams, Payette, and Jim County. I believe Weiser too, and all those, and there's 632 cases were under the age of 18, right at 9%. So with that, I wanted to see what our numbers are because we can't break it out. They haven't given us the data, but if we go 9% of 34, that's three students under the age of 18. 27, we'd be 2.4. So basically, in the last 30 days, excuse me, we're at 9.6 students under the age of 18 that hypothetically should be have tested positive in Jim County. Does that make sense? Again, yeah, good. Break it up.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
So just for clarification, Southwest District Health has that data, how many students, people under the age of 18 have COVID, but they're not sharing that aggregated data with us?
It's not that they're not sharing it. I just, they weren't able to make the meeting today. So I asked for it for last week and they haven't given it to us yet. So at this point, I don't have it. I just went through and looked at the averages and tried to give us a number so we just know what that is. If you look at above, this is what our student population is, about 2,400 students. So it's a real small number of students that possibly have it. And again, when we move to orange or if you choose category 2, which is yellow, or orange, which is category 3, or you go with Southwest District Health at red, our recommendation is we'll start to look at this number because now you put 750 students. If you start in yellow, just at the high school, you go from having 350 students in the building or 325 students in the building to 750 students. That makes it very difficult to do social distancing in any way. Okay? So starting in a hybrid allows us to at least keep this downward trend going. We're not talking about staying in a hybrid for a long period of time. Where each week we meet, we look at the data that we currently have, and we make a decision based on that. We make that decision on a Monday. We get it out to our public on Tuesday, no later than 6 o'clock, so we know where we're headed for the following week. But I think if we wait and we start in yellow and we allow every student back into the building and our numbers spike, we are going to be in red very quickly. And I'm talking, and when we go to red, we're going to be there for a while. So by starting in orange in a hybrid setting at the secondary level, 6 through 12 every other day, and what that looks like is instruction is on Monday for A students. They receive all their instruction on Monday. They're able to do their work on Tuesday while the B students are in getting their instruction. And when they return, they get another set of instruction. It's not a lot of online work outside of their A day. It's working and checking in. It's independent learning on that day off for 6th through 12th grade. It gives us some leeway in that, and it's also a grade level that it's not going to be as stressful on parents to try to find, daycare, try to find those things for K-5 is nearly impossible. So and that's why our recommendation is K-5 would start all day, every day, just like they normally have, except for kinders when they're on the half-day schedule already. So my recommendation at this point is that the district start in orange with a hybrid 6-12 and K-5 in orange, but every day.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Kimball.
Woods, question for you. I know we've kind of beat this horse up a few times, but let's say that as a parent, I have a child in the high school level and then also a child in Carberry. How are we going to coordinate where if we do have to go hybrid for the elementary to where that they're on the same track for the parents' convenience?
So our hybrids are right here. Students with the last name A through K would be A day. So if you have the last name of K, no matter if you're K-12, if they're hybrid at that level, they know exactly where they would walk into it, and it won't change through the school year. That will stay the same. So and then L through Z would be on a B day. The only changes would be, let's say student A has a different last name, but lives, and then it would be, they would go to, Mr. Alexander and say, hey, my student's in Carberry and they're on a B day, but I currently live, and this is where we would be. Can I move to an A day? And we'd make an adjustment at that, as long as it doesn't overload that class and double up that amount of students. So, as an example, that kind of answered it?
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Walker.
My last name has always been close to the end of the alphabet, and I think we ought to make the A day L through Z and the B day A through K.
Mr. Chair, can I say something? I was gonna say, I'm all for that. If we start at category 3, let's do it. No, I'm just,
Negotiations 101.
I could care less. So if we actually want to motion that,
That's because your name's at the beginning.
I'm used to being important.
Yeah.
All right. Addressing this, I had actually, honestly, my opinion was to perhaps just bite the bullet and start at a category 2, or the yellow. In other words, bring all students back. With the primary, I want the messaging to be to our students and families that we want everyone in the classroom as much as possible, as soon as possible. That being said, I respect the opinion of our superintendent, and I don't want to put us in a situation where we're potentially in a red too soon. So I'm kind of curious to see what other opinions we have on the board. I tend to favor the idea of hopefully just for 1 week going with that recommendation, but I would have been open to a motion to start in category yellow as well. So I'm curious to see where the rest of the trustees sit. Haas, you always have an opinion on things.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, obviously, the hybrid situation, I'm not supportive at this time of our littles, K through 5, move into a hybrid situation. But secondary, I think it's the lesser of two evils. We may be able to start out in green or yellow, but if we go to red, as Mr. Wood said, it's going to be for an extended period of time. And I think it'll be less disruptive to start out the year in that hybrid model, and hopefully see the numbers continue to trend downward. It would be the first stroke of good luck that we've had with COVID, so I'm not super hopeful for that, but it would be nice. But yeah, I'm supportive of that. I think it's the lesser of two evils if we have to choose between, starting out green and then going to red and walking it down for an extended period of time. I would much rather see our students less disrupted by starting out in a hybrid mode.
Okay. Thanks, Haas. Any other discussion on that? Or if not, do we have a motion?
Well, Mr. Chair, I would have liked to seen us start in category 2 as well. Obviously the perfect world, we would have started in green, but with the state of our nation, that's not going to happen. I'm fine with this hybrid model as long as we seriously revisit it in 2 weeks and it's not strung out. And then 2 weeks after that, I'm not on board with just making this okay all year long if it doesn't warrant it.
Mr. Kimball?
Mr. Chair, so Mr. Woods, if I'm looking back at the reentry plan, if we go with category 3 or orange, then we're going to shut down all, extracurricular activities to our buildings, such as the rental of our facilities and stuff like that, correct?
correct.
And then to Trustee Weeks's point, in 2 weeks, from the start of the 31st, if everything holds, I would seriously like to hear from Mr. Carter, Mrs. Watkins, Mr. Weiniger on how things are working, good and bad, not just the goods. I mean, we need to know. Sometimes that's the way we learn is from our failures or mistakes or whatever. So, if we can get a true, accurate report as we go, so we know how to improve or what to do going forward.
And if we can refresh my memory, if we're in orange, are the extracurriculars, sports and things like that, are we still able to, are we suspending sports with that schedule?
No, we're not suspending sports. Actually, with my recommendation going to category 3, we just delayed the start of sports. It kind of coincides with the start of the school year by 3 days. So today was the first day that they could actually have sports practices. By delaying it to the 13th, it pushes off your first event until the 27th. This month is when they could, because they could have their 10 practices in and move forward from there. So at this point, it does restrict spectators. Depending on our athletic plan as well, it restricts how many spectators are at events. And I know Mr. Watson's here to talk about that a little bit later. So,
yeah.
Well, that's another point I want to touch on, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
We're in agreement that is going to, especially with football, I'll just use that as an example, with not having fans there, no concessions, we're looking at strictly pay to play, right? I mean, that's the only way you're going to fund it, because you're going to lose half your money at least right out the gate to be able to social distance. I just want everybody to be aware of that, the cost drop that we're going to have, so that nobody's alarmed by it when we're asking why all of a sudden we don't have, $15,000 that was there the year before. And, and I know our coach is sitting here, but I'm still going to use football because it's the highest grossing sport that any school has in the district, in the nation. And so it drives a lot and it brings in a lot of money to a school, and it serves a lot of purposes. It serves a lot of purposes outside of that. So I want us to be aware of that by starting in this. And we're going to have a bunch of torqued off people, grandparents, people that want to come watch their grandkids play. We're going to have a bunch of torqued off people.
Mr. Chairman, can we have Mr. Carter on the floor?
So you're right. You're right in the funding piece of it, but we have prepared well. We've already met with all of our coaches. We've talked to them about their budgets. We've talked about them only getting what they absolutely need to get through the year. Yes, we understand. Mr. Watson and myself have met with the SIC principals last week and had a meeting with them to talk about how are we going to, if it comes to it, restrict the number of people that we allow into games. We are much different than a lot of other schools. You go to Middleton and those newer schools, they have the bleachers, they can seat a lot more people. It is a concern, but we've budgeted very well. And we know we're going to take a hit, but when I came to the high school, we were $10,000 in debt in athletics, and I'll get us out of it again. So I know it is something, we're talking about. Some grandparents probably going to be upset, but we want our kids back.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to cover all bases.
Right.
I mean, I don't want us to have altercations at the gate when you have two parents show up and one of them's told that they can go in and the other one's told that they can't. And I don't want that kind of confrontation. And that's what we're looking at by doing this. And not only our parents.
And
we're talking about parents from other school districts.
Well, we've seen it in other things like graduation.
Yeah.
I don't know where graduation was when you graduated, but at one time you got 2 tickets.
Yep.
To see your kid graduate.
So
when it was at the high school. So
I want our kids back too.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern. I want all you to know that. I want our kids back, but there's so many, it's easy to just say to do these things.
Well, and we're looking at plans for more seating, hauling bleachers in from others to spread people out and allow more people in. I mean, we've done a lot of work to get us in a position where we want as many people there as possible. So.
Well, and one of the things I would ask Superintendent, and forming a plan around this, I'm trying to say this without sounding too aggressive, but I'm not as concerned with overall county numbers as I am specifically, like we've seen recently an outbreak in a nursing home. None of our kids live there. They're not even allowed to visit grandma and grandpa right now if they wanted to. So that doesn't necessarily affect the district. one of the things I would like to do is if we move forward to start at this one so that we're, I want to play it safe so that we're not canceling school 2 weeks after we opened it. But I would like to see if, the biggest thing that interests me in whether or not we need to be staying in a restricted model or canceling schools is, number of kids that we know have tested. Obviously, we can't release too much data, but I'm not exactly sure how we accomplish that. But again, community numbers don't necessarily equal a concern for our students. So that I would like to move back to yellow as soon as possible, using numbers that we know are relevant to our kids. And so if we can formulate a plan around that, that would be my goal. I understand where you're coming from. You don't have numbers, so all you can do is look at it, and you're having to extrapolate to come up with an idea of where we're at. And I appreciate the effort there. Once we have people in schools, if we know we've got kids staying home, I want to use numbers relevant to our students specifically to decide, do we feel like we're actually spreading within the school or not? Or, I don't know if you got any comments on that or if there's any ideas on how to get that done if you've looked at it already.
Well, Mr. Chair, to go right along with that, Valor Health has said that they've got some new information that they'll start sharing with us as well. That's more June County specific, because we're seeing a lag with data from Southwest District Health. They are so overwhelmed with what they're dealing with in Canyon County and Hawaii County and some of those other counties and June County. But as far as getting the information out, it's difficult. But you're right. We have to have data. It's really difficult because our kids have been out. We don't know unless they self-report. One of the things you need to we'll need to keep in mind is if there's an outbreak in a building, we're going to know very quickly because we're going to probably have to shut down very quickly, either the building or the entire district. And so what we're trying to do by starting in the hybrid is we want as our goal is for our seniors to have a senior year. Our goal is for our seniors to think about, hey, if we do the things that we're going to do and we follow these protocols, what's homecoming going to be like? Are we going to have it? Or are we going to have the homecoming parade? And so I would much rather start, and this is the discussion I've had with all of our principals, and we've talked about this. I'd much rather start and be aggressive in trying to handle it this way and then coming back versus, okay, we started in yellow and in 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of school, now we're orange and going to red so quickly that homecoming's over with. And we're looking at trying to bounce back around Thanksgiving or the end of October versus, okay, the first 2 weeks we were in a hybrid and things seem to be steady. We can move out of the hybrid into yellow because we built some protocols. And look at it this way: if you're a high school, or let's talk junior high, if you're the junior high and instead of having 600 students in that building and you're trying to teach them new protocols, now you have 300. Now you have more time to teach those students how. What do those protocols really look like? You have half the students there for the first 2 weeks to really, to get to know your students on 15 kids in a class, ideally for the first couple of weeks would be nice. So there's a lot of positives that could come out of this. But our goal was not to be in orange, very long. And if the trend comes down, I think it's probably 2 weeks at a minimum because that would take us through Labor Day, that Labor Day week. That would be our goal. Ultimate goal is to move from orange after that Labor Day week, 8th through the 12th, and moving back into yellow instead of going from orange to red. And so that's where we're headed. I'm hoping.
I can appreciate that. Again, if our goal is to keep kids in the classroom, it's better not to be too aggressive too soon and then lose more than we gain. So I guess with not to belabor the point that we discussed, do we have a motion?
I don't know why y'all look at me.
When I looked that direction, the last guy doesn't have the last word.
No, I don't have any. Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion based on this recommendation but I would say that at that 2 week point, obviously we'll kind of have to see how it falls with everybody's calendars and having another meeting. But I would like to revisit it in 2 weeks after opening and then hear the positives and negatives from the middle school and high school administration staff. So we know what we've got to do if we have to continue or go back to that point.
Okay. Thank you. So I heard we have a motion on the floor to open under category orange, but that the topic will be revisited for another vote within 2 weeks.
2 weeks of the school year, start of the school year, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Do we have a second?
Second is motion.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Would you get an aye from Haas? There's a little bit of a lag there.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, and now we move on to our next dynamite topic, mask expectations in category 3.
So, Mr. Chair, this is probably, as a superintendent, probably one of the most difficult decisions I've had to make, or at least a recommendation I've had to make. I sat here and listened to our board discussion on July 27th regarding the political side of this, and I tried to take that out of it. Since the July 27th board meeting, I've inundated myself with research from both sides. Jennifer Petrie gave me some great, Dr. Petrie and then Dr. Jared Hines. If you look down at the bottom of this, these are just some of the things that I've reviewed. Some are pro-mask, some are anti-mask, they're zip drives, just filled with data. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm not a health expert. I asked our health department, I asked the people in the meeting last week, the same question. If you were the superintendent, where would you start us in school and what would be your recommendations? And then they said, if you're going to do face-to-face instruction, all of them but one person who wasn't a health leader, but a leader in our community said, we would require masks for students just to slow the transmission or to stop the transmission. There's data both ways that, but the requiring of masks is what they all recommend. And I have to take the local, health officials and health officials' word that, they're doing what's best for kids. And I'm not trained to make that decision. But based on all the data I have, my recommendation is that while we're in the hybrid model, that students and staff be required to wear masks when physical distancing is not feasible for long periods of time. The CDC recommends over 15 minutes. So I've asked each of our, I've got a couple principals that are going to kind of talk this briefly about within their building, based on what we know right now, when would masks be required if that mandate was down? And so I think Mr. Adams is going to talk a little bit about it from the elementary side. Would you like to step up?
I am disappointed in no tie tonight, Mr. Adams.
I gotta get used to getting the shirt tucked back in too, so we're gonna get there though. So what we did, Mr. Alexander and myself, we went and looked at some other districts with some of their standard operating procedures on what they had in place, getting the kids back into school. And we took some of theirs as guidelines. Got it. And we took some of theirs as guidelines. Thank you. And so what we looked at when we started talking about actually keeping the elementary full time, all of us agreed we got to get the kids back into school, and we got to do it in a way that's going to be safe for the students and be safe for our staff as we're going through this. And so looking at the times when physical distancing really isn't feasible. We've got times where students wouldn't need to wear a mask when they're outside. Obviously, they need a break from it, and they wouldn't need a mask. So we've got recesses where we can lower the number of students that are out there. So instead of like one recess, we break it into two and keep them into cohorts, break it down further if we had to keep those cohorts going. So we kind of went through and looked at, okay, what would recess look like, lunch look like, the classrooms look like if we were in level 2, the yellow category, and level 3, the orange category. So kind of going through some of the things, recess we looked at, level 2, we could reduce the number of classes or grades out per recess and break it down to 1 or 2 grades or a few grades per recess, like a K through 2 and then a 3 through 5. And they wouldn't need masks out at recess. And then if we went into a level 3, we could assign classes to specific areas. so that we weren't mixing the grade level cohorts. And when we get out into the recess playground, we've got big open areas. So even if we have a grade level in an area, there's still a big area to play where they're not, matched up face to face. Lunch, we're looking at staggering the class entry. So an example would be at Shadow Butte, our lunch is kindergarten and first grade, the first lunch, and then second, third, then fourth, fifth. We would stagger them going in so that at 11:45, like kindergarten would go in the first class and 11:47 the second class to give that distance so we're not getting that crowding in the hallways. Having only one grade level in the cafeteria and then the other grade level, so an example would be kinder could eat in the cafeteria. We've got enough seats or close to enough seats that we can keep them distance and facing kind of the same direction so they're not kids going face to face in the cafeterias. And then the other grade level being able to eat either in the classroom or eat outside, and then alternate like weekly types of things, keeping that physical distance going. And then again, out of the lunch recess, there's only 2 grade levels. They can go out there and play in level 3 and level 2. In a level 3, we could assign them again to grade levels in specific areas. In the classroom, we've talked about how do we rearrange our seating to promote physical social distancing. And there's things we can do where the students aren't face to face in the groups, sometimes more row settings. Sometimes we're looking at some things with the plexiglass face guards or whatever, kind of divide some things up. But looking at how we can social distance that, how we can keep them possibly within cohorts. There's a lot of times where you have a group of students working together and you kind of keep those groups together instead of intermixing them, so that if there was a positive test, we can narrow it down to a small cohort versus having a contact trace through an entire grade level or entire multiple grade levels. Wearing masks when appropriate. If you went into, what I went through was level 3 there, where we're really going into and using the dividers, using masks when appropriate, and then if they were mandated from there. Our intervention time, that's a time when there is mixing of cohorts. And sometimes we will go across grade levels depending on where the kids are as far as their academic levels. But we do between classrooms where second grade will rotate between all the different classes. So when we're looking at level 2, we're talking about allowing the walk to read between the classes, and the expectation of students would be wearing masks. And most of the intervention, there is close contact. That is a time where we just can't really social distance with the teacher or with the students to get good instruction. And then if we were looking at level 3, we were looking at interventions taking place in the homeroom so that the students wouldn't go to the other classrooms in that grade level. And again, masks being expected. During differentiation time, during some of our curriculum, we have times where we differentiate, which is group work at the student's ability level. But it's during the class time instruction. It's not the intervention time instruction. And again, that time is a time where teachers do get an opportunity to move around and work with groups, and students get an opportunity to work with groups. So during that time, social distancing would be difficult, and we would have masks expected. If we went into level 3, we'd definitely make sure that we keep those cohorts consistent. So when I talked about earlier where we could put the students in the groups, we'd have to kind of look at that differentiation, that ability levels, or however the teacher's going to differentiate the group, and those kids would kind of run together through the day in the classroom. So they won't be mixing between multiple groups. Whole group instruction, where it could get difficult when we get our kinder first, second, especially, there's a lot of times where they come up carpet time and they're not at their desk, but they're in a whole group really close together. So if we were in that mask being expected in level 2, level 3 might have to look at how to do that just completely differently versus coming up to the carpet and being in a whole group. The nurse's office, we're still waiting for some input from our nurse's office, but we've talked about things where for some of the minor scuffs and things like that, that the teachers Band-Aids down in the classrooms where they could take care of those. But they could walk to the office on their own. If we're in a level 3, possibly having the nurse go down and check things out, and if she needs to bring them down to the nurse's office. And that just kind of limits some of the wandering that we get and visits to other places and just that stuff that goes on with little kids. And then visitors, obviously within what we have is level 2 by appointment only, mask required. Volunteers are okay. Encouraging meetings by Google Meets. Level 3s, there's no visitors, no volunteers, and meeting by Google Meets if at all possible. So that's kind of the way that we differentiate some things out going through the different levels. Anytime that there would not be the capability of social distance, we would have the expectation that masks are being worn. If they are able to social distance, we wouldn't have that expectation. So it's not something where a kiddo, the way we've got it written right now, it's not something where a kiddo would be in a mask for 6 hours a day, type of thing. So, and that's kind of coming off the document. That's coming off the document. It's still in process. I'm still getting a lot of comments from the teachers, just asking certain questions. So it's not a finished product of this yet, but it's where we're at. Okay. So do you have questions for me?
Certainly appreciate the thought that's gone into that, just to make sure that we're trying to minimize the spread as much as possible. I don't have any questions. Does anyone else?
Mr. Adams, I just got to tell you guys, thank you. There's been a lot asked of you guys this last year and a half, and we just keep going over and above in a lot of areas. And I appreciate you being willing to step up over and above the paycheck, and it means a lot to me as a parent. This is hard for me. I mean, it's super hard for me. I'm going to tell everybody sitting in this audience, I do not believe in wearing a mask, and I just want y'all to know that. I mean, I watch people with the ones that you got on. I can watch them blow out a cigarette lighter. It's not going to stop anything that small from passing from children to children. But I want our kids in school.
Absolutely.
And face-to-face is going to be the best.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate your recommendation, and I'm really going to take it to heart here in the next few minutes.
Well, just so you know where I'm coming from too. I've got a daughter at home that's immunocompromised. I can't risk bringing a thing.
I understand.
I've got family. My parents 85, my in-laws 75. All I ask is that we do what we can to be safe. And I think as a community, I mean, these are our kids as a community, and we take those steps to keep our community safe. We don't know everything. We don't know all the aspects of everything, but one of our main charges, along with educating our kids, within my job description, is also keeping our kids safe. And so I'm willing to take some extra steps to make sure and put in the extra time to make sure that we can at least have a good plan, that people have options so that they have choices. So even if they don't agree with something, there may be another choice that works better for them. Because I think that's about the best that we can do.
I agree.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to have Mr. Weiner kind of talk about the mask at the middle school.
Okay.
Specifically, on a hybrid, what would they look like and when they would need to mask up, basically.
Thank you. This is a difficult topic. Lots of conversations, lots of different people. Staff member that lost her mother to COVID over the summer. So, Mr. Weeks, I hate wearing this thing too. I'm not sure it does a whole lot of good. Depends on which study I read, but
Yep.
and anything we can do to help is important. So I met with 18 of my staff members about 10 days ago to discuss some of these things that we have for our standard operating procedures. And I was actually quite surprised that all 18 of them showed up to our Zoom meeting because middle of summer, assuming they have better things to do, but they're concerned for their students as well as their safety. So let me just run through a few things real quickly here. As you know, the middle school is the oldest building in town here. Ola has its beat as far as the oldest building, but we lack in the heating and air conditioning realm of buildings go. So there's very little circulation of air if we aren't able to have doors and windows open, which fortunately this time of year is going to be an okay thing. But I also appreciate your flexibility with the AV schedule. As we talked about it as a staff, we had 620 kids in that building, and just getting them inside the building would be a task in and of itself to get them in and try and keep some physical distancing there. So appreciate that. Hallways, common areas, I'll just kind of run through some areas here that we talked about. We're going to be increasing signage in the building, directions of travel in the hallway, floors. We're going to limit the use of lockers in the hallway, just because it shrinks our already narrow hallways if you have kids lined up putting stuff in their lockers. So that will be limited to beginning of the day and end of the day for them to use their lockers. We'll allow them to use backpacks to carry items from class to class to help limit some of the congestion in the hallway area. Have extra hand sanitizing stations throughout the building. And then, as mentioned, we'll leave at least the inner doors and windows open to facilitate some circulation of air. Add some fans to some of the classrooms that don't have those. Outdoor areas, that will be one area where we will feel pretty safe about not having to have students use masks, face masks, taking physical distance out there. Some of the things that we have to think about is having the separate entrances for different grade levels as they come in, just to limit the number of students coming in at one time. And staggering things like lunches and even passing periods, having the 6th grade students leave a minute early so there's not so much congestion in the hallways. With middle school kids, a lot of the priority of middle school is going to be in educating those kids those first few days as far as what physical distancing looks like, and some of those things to help them understand that, and kind of speak from Mr. Adams' perspective that let's not do this because we have to, but let's do it to help each other out and respect each other and our different needs. Classrooms, is on the AV schedule. It's going to be easier for us to achieve that physical distancing, but classrooms are small, so same thing as what was mentioned at the elementary, making sure that students are facing the same direction. Try to limit the time that they're face-to-face, facing each other, close proximity. And our philosophy, in speaking with the teachers, would be, keep masks on in the classroom, and then they have that break time, passing time to have those masks off. And there's a lot of details here I can tell you about. I don't know if you want me to go through all this, but things like current practice is to have a set of workbooks in the classroom. They come in and grab their workbook, and some of those things, new practice would be for them to keep that workbook with them so that there's not that opportunity to trade germs around, but things like that. Make sure that they bring their own supplies. They're not borrowing pencils from their buddies or water bottles or things like that. Cafeteria, talking with our kitchen staff, one of the things we're looking at is moving from a served lunch to kind of a grab and go type of a process. So they can just come in and grab the lunch. As the weather's nice, we're going to encourage them to eat outside. We'll set some tables up outside so they can go outside and eat and keep that distancing easier. And once again, provide opportunities for hand washing and hand sanitizer. Josh Roundtree's been working with us on getting extra soap dispensers and paper towel dispensers in restrooms so that we can facilitate that a little bit better. PE gymnasium, once again, the start of the year, we're going to be encouraging those PE activities to be outdoors so that they can do that without too much issue of breathing each other's air and keeping some distance there in the activities. And go ahead and follow the guidelines that our sports teams have been using when it comes to things like the weight room and disinfecting the equipment and some of those things. When it comes to the office, we have an area that we're moving some things out so that we'll have an isolation area for those students that may have symptoms, that we can keep them there until the parent comes to pick them up so they're not interacting with other students until that happens. Like I said, there's a lot of little things here, and as Mr. Adams said, it's a living document as we continue to have conversations on how we can keep things safe as possible. Restrooms, once again, we don't have a ton of restroom space there at the middle school, so we're working on figuring out ways to limit the number of kids trying to use the restroom at one time and facilitating some of those things with the processes and procedures. When it comes to busing, I know Shauna has a lot of things in place there, but a lot of it's going to be just instruction, so it's going to be very helpful for us to have that AB schedule to start the students there to really teach those processes. What's it going to look like when you go out to the bus lane to get on the bus, so that hopefully 2 weeks down the road when we get all the students there, it's an organized thing instead of organized chaos like it normally is at middle school level. So I kind of just went through an overview there. What questions do you have for me?
I would like to echo Trustee Weeks. My wife tells me one of my flaws as a human is that even when I'm saying something nice, I don't say things with emotion hardly ever. So I sometimes don't sell very well. So I just appreciate the level of work that's gone into this at every level. Our administrators from top to bottom, our teachers. Thank you for trying to come up with some plans to keep our kids in the classroom. And we can tell that there's a lot of energy and passion and genuine concern for our kids. So thank you for that. As far as questions, I'll open that up.
Mr. Ryan, so where we have such limited space at the junior high for eating, so like during the winter months, heaven forbid, we're still here, or have we even looked at what that might look like? Are we looking at using the gymnasium to try and space kids out during lunch, or breaking them up into a classroom or?
Yeah, all of the above. So yeah, we talked about, labeling the benches on the cafeteria table as A and B, so you have some space there. And then, like you say, opening up other areas of the building for students to go eat, whether it's the auditorium or the gymnasium, depending on the time of day when we've got different classes going different places.
Mr. Weiner, you mentioned keeping masks on in the classroom. Is that due to the inability to social distance the desks in an appropriate way, or what? I mean, I think a mask is going to be a distraction for our kids. I think there's a number of them that would probably wear one just to be able to go back to school and be around their friends. I also think there's a number of them that aren't going to cooperate with that instruction. I think we'll be spending a lot of time policing that if that's an all-day thing, which basically if it's the entire time in the classroom is going to be the whole school day. Is that my understanding? Am I understanding that right? That it's just because the desks can't be spread out enough to keep that 6 feet social distancing, or is that, or is there some other reasoning behind that?
With the A/B schedule, we could possibly achieve that distancing with half the number of students, but if you got a full load of 25, 26 kids, most of my classrooms, there's very little room just to walk between desks when you've got a classroom with 25 kids in there.
So with half that number, sorry, Mr. Chair, with half that number, do you feel like we could get them spaced out enough that they wouldn't have to have it on the whole entire class?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility for that for sure. And once again, I think part of it is the conversation of respecting others. At the teacher meeting we had today, there's probably 50% of the teachers that chose to wear a mask all 6 or 7 hours. And I happened to sit at a table with a couple of people that felt strongly about that, and I wore my mask for 6 or 7 hours, and you're right, it's not necessarily enjoyable, but if I got a teacher that has asthma or has some sort of compromisation, then I think our students are going to be supportive of helping us.
Mr. Chair, this is more a question for Mr. Woods. I've seen some of the visuals that are going to be used or have been proposed to be used in our schools, and I think it's good to have visuals as a reminder. Kids forget. At least my 13-year-old, he forgets by the time he goes down the stairs what he went downstairs for, half the time. But he's a super smart kid, so I want to assume the best about our kids, but I'm also worried a little bit about how kids are perceived. Whether they actually need to be in an isolation room or not. Mr. Woods, is there another word we can use instead of isolation room that might not?
As far as the name of the room, we can call it what we want, and I get that.
Or a procedure for not making it quite as, I don't know how to do that. Do you see my concern?
Most of the isolation rooms will actually be the nurse's office. And so we just want to be able to identify it. If in that building, it needs to be an extra classroom and that's what it would be at the high school, would be the same. And I do see that concern. We can call it something else. It's just.
Which doesn't necessarily change it.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you have.
It's going to be our nurse's office annex.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, and like you said, it's changing the name. I mean, the kids are going to start calling it the annex. So you got to go to the annex. Kids are going to call it what they want. They're going to label it and portray it as what they want if it's not handled appropriately. And I'm sure teachers are willing to do that, but that is a concern I have. So.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate that, and we've talked about that process as well as making sure that it's not something that kids are even privy to, knowing who's in there or whatnot, so.
As far as not making Mr. Weininger stand up there, appreciate your efforts. Do we have any further questions specifically to the plan of the middle school for him? Thank you for doing that. One of the main reasons I don't have too many follow-up questions, I trust our administrators. I know you know your buildings and what you can accomplish much better than I do, and trust your judgment. So thank you for what you're doing there.
Another short presentation from Mr. Carter.
Well, these guys took a long time. I'm not gonna take that long. Mask expectations. So category 1, the green category, masks will not be required or mandated. Students and staff may wear a mask if they choose. Teachers may require that students wear a mask during certain times to mitigate the spread and contact. Category 2, the yellow categories, masks will be highly recommended. Teachers may require that students wear masks during certain times to mitigate the spread. Once again, for example, if a student has a question, needs to come up to a teacher, those kinds of situations. Category 3, the orange, mask will be required when social distancing is not possible. Due to the design of our classrooms, it may be difficult to socially distance, and especially when you get higher on the floors. So to give you an example, we moved 5 math teachers off a 3rd floor. Those are our smallest classrooms. Remember, we don't have square rooms. All of our rooms are pie-shaped. So it is going to be extremely difficult for us to socially distance. We moved those 5 down to the modulars, bigger area, to try and take care of that. And then category 4, the red, mask will be required for everyone who wishes to enter into the building, and that will only be by appointment. It is going to be very difficult at lunch. We've expanded our lunch area to any place without carpet. We've even modified that. I've had some teachers that have said, I'll open my room and they can come into my room, or if kids want to stay in our room. So we've worked with our admin team, not just Katie and I. We have a group of about 15 teachers. We brought them in and talked about the different things, travel in the hallways, wet stairways, limiting restrooms, and those things. 5 years ago, I'd agreed with you 100%. I just said, no way. But I have a granddaughter, 4 months old. I can't risk getting sick and spreading it to her. I have 3 teachers that had babies within the last year. I have teachers that have other medical conditions. If we want to keep our kids in school, like we're all saying, we got to keep our teachers in school too. And if these teachers are getting sick and out for 2 weeks at a time, we're not going to have the subs. And we're not going to be able to educate as effectively as we can with our teachers there and the hard work that they do. And so my perspective has changed. That's what I've accomplished. Any questions?
I just have one, and this is actually for all the principals, Mr. Chair. So one thing that struck me, and I've read a lot of what Mr. Woods have read too, as far as the findings from both sides. The thing I'm worried about making these students, if there's any validity to, I think it was Dr. Petrie, any validity to these young kids wearing that mask all day long and having something happen, growth-wise, I'm really reluctant to put them in a mask for 6-8 hours all day long. If there's any truthfulness to that at all. And I want to respect everybody.
And I know you do.
And if there's any truth to that at all, that's just as big a risk as catching COVID too. So if we can minimize, because I understand I want to respect everybody, but we got to respect that too.
And we know high school kids. I can only speak about the high school kids. They're going to find every opportunity to take that mask off. And we know that, and we've got to provide those times for them to get a break. These things are miserable, let's be honest. And we're aware of that, and we're looking at everything. And I think every one of the administrators will agree this is a working document that I know is going to have dramatic changes. This is a sit down and let's do the best guess we can at what we can do to help, because we all want our kids there. So I understand that. We've had these discussions. We know. I'm going to be honest. I'm going in my office at times because I want to get this thing off. And if I can isolate myself in an office, and I agree with you, that the room, we don't have a nurse. We have a nurse 1 hour, 3 days, mornings a week from 8 to 9. And so it's going to fall on staff to try and find when we come across the kid that we think may be sick, to try and put them somewhere, at least until we can get hold of a parent where that we hopefully aren't spreading it, if it is COVID or the flu, anything. So,
Mr. Chair, can I answer Mr. Weeks' question as well? That was a conversation that I had today with Valor Health, the people that were on the line, and that was one of the actual questions I asked. I said, I've read through Ms. Petrie's information. I've looked at that. I said, have you at Valor Health, and that was my question, at Valor Health, have you seen an increase or any indication that people coming into the hospital because of wearing a mask? And they said, no, they have not at this time seen any increases or anything related to the mask wearing. But I also want to indicate that in each of these situations, when we're talking about physical distancing, we're not talking about for 6 to 8 hours a day. We're talking about in limited times within different areas, whether it be, I think the middle school with the poor ventilation is probably the one you'd see more. But on an A-B schedule, there'd be multiple times where they can physical distance. So it wouldn't be throughout the day. And that's kind of what we were looking at, is when would it be required within a classroom or within the halls within this mandate, if you choose to accept my recommendation on the mandate.
I can tell you in Trustee Weeks, I don't know where they got this information, but I know I was told that in our building, we can change the air out in 3 minutes, the entire buildings, with our current system. So, I mean, I've already started talking to Josh about trying to do that as much as possible so that we are continually changing out the air in all areas.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to go on a little rant here for a second. We've been talking about the students' health and wellness, and while that's utmost important, it's utmost important to us teachers and the administrators are front and foremost. And there's going to be some times it's going to be a living document, like everyone has said, but my objective with this rant is that if a teacher elects to have a mask wearing for whatever reason in their classroom, whatever category we're in, I want those teachers to know that as a board member, speaking of myself, that I have their back in that recommendation. I know Mr. Woods said this at an earlier board meeting. We as a board need to be prepared because it could come to our level from that standpoint. And I fully stand behind our staff, our teachers, that if the students are asked to wear a mask in teacher A's room, we have that. That teacher has my support in that, and their health and safety is of a most importance to me as a student. So I just want to make sure that we're clear in that as all the other trustees have said, thank you so much for all you guys have done and all the work you guys have done to get to this point over the summer and everything. So thank you. And Mr. Carter, won't you be able to open the windows in the high school?
Please get out the sledgehammer.
Yeah, I'd love to have windows. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal.
So, Mr. Chair, I just have one other piece of information that was given to us. This is a letter from the Valor Health team that was submitted late this afternoon. I can read it to you. It says, we respect the leadership's challenges you face in making local decisions about the upcoming school year while in the midst of the COVID-19 global pandemic. As our Valor Health team testified at your meeting on July 27, 2020, we make the following recommendations. Given the current state of the virus spreading in our community and neighboring counties, Valor recommends online learning as the safest option. We recognize, however, Emmett School District leadership may choose to implement a hybrid version or open up in-person learning. For in-person learning environments, Valor recommends following the guidance of health authorities, include symptom monitoring, physical distancing, universal masking for all students and personnel, enhanced personal hygiene and hand washing, physical environment sterilization, visitor restrictions, and other similar precautions. We remain committed to the health and wellness of Jim County. We offer our continued support and services. We touch on every one of these things within our reopening plan except for the symptoms monitoring. That would be as a student comes in if we were to temperature check. Legal has said that they do not recommend it, and the CDC also said that that should not be in the hands of the teacher's responsibility. Parent-wise, and educating parents to actually check their children before they come to school should be where that's taken care of. So other than that, we have put every one of these things into our reopening plan, with the exception of the mask question that's in front of you tonight. So this is a recommendation coming directly from Valor Health, our local health community, of where they're at. Again, they would like to see us in online school completely, but they respect our decision or the choice to go to in-person. So I just wanted to submit this as a piece of information as well.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Woods, principals, as far as the hand sanitizing, what is that looking like in the buildings? I mean, do we have a pretty good idea of how many we're going to have? Is it going to be on every corner so that the kids have access just as much as they, I mean, because I'm a firm believer in that. I think that's going to kill more of it than anything, is just keeping your hands clean. Whatever you're touching is going to kill it.
I can speak for the high school. We've requested quite a few in different areas, 4 to 5 in the atrium. I'm sure we're going to have hand sanitizer in each room, a little pump, so forth. We've asked for them in front of B Dome, where if we are allowed to go forward with athletics, as people come in, they'll be right there. I know that Mr. Roundtree, head of maintenance, has been looking at some chemical spray that will kill it supposedly for 90 days. And looking at going through the buildings and spraying those in areas. We've already talked about our teachers cleaning each hour and supplying them with whatever they need. We've also talked about instead of hand gel, the hand gel is getting harder to get, that there's a spray so the teachers can welcome the kids as they're coming in. The kids put their hand out, they'll get sprayed in their hand. It dries real quick.
Yeah.
So we've talked about all of these different types of things in areas. We are limiting access to what doors they can come into and out of. We're limiting restrooms on an A/B schedule because we're going to try and clean those each hour and disinfect them as much as possible each hour. So we've got plans in place, but we've also, my head custodian's a little nervous right now.
I'm sure.
I mean, he's pretty sure that each hour he's just going to be doing that. So
It's probably worthwhile.
We've built those lists and supplies that we need.
Same with you, Mr. Alexander. That how you feel? Mr. Adams, about the same. I mean, you guys got similar schools. It's going to kind of the same, look the same.
Yeah, I can't remember the number that we requested, but at our entry points at the going into the cafeteria, into some of the specials classes, things like that. Because the specials class is going to be kind of the harder part for us as we're moving around. So at those common points where people will be coming in, hand sanitizers, I know within the classrooms too.
We've asked for a lot of,
Thank you.
we've asked for a lot of those sprayers that are working on securing that. It's a challenge. We haven't seen them all, but I saw one of the new pumps is a gallon pump that we just got. When you push it down, it sprays out, which instead of the clot that a lot of times used to fall off, sometimes on the kids and stuff. And so that new spray actually sprays it out, and that's the same thing I want to do for some of the teachers in the classroom is the hand sprayers that we ordered, so that when they spray, it goes out and hits all the fingers, and then we're going to teach the kids about getting between all the crevices and then their fingernails and doing that. And so we're going to teach. That's what we want kids in school so we can be with them. We're going to teach them what we have to teach them to do it right.
Very good.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I know Mr. Woods is doing a phenomenal job at this, but if there's, to the principals and staff, there's things that you guys need, would love to hear about it through Mr. Woods. Anything we can do as a board to support you guys, please let us know. And through Mr. Woods, of course, but we'll do everything we can in our power to help support our teachers, our staff, principals, everybody.
Yeah, can I say something? I guess one thing I just think about is it is frustrating because we take care of kids every day. And so it's frustrating that sometimes kids come from backgrounds that aren't as supportive as we want them to be. And so I would just say the more that you can reiterate that parents that are out there that are listening on this tonight, that they will be taking the temperature of the kids so they don't jeopardize themselves, their child, when their immune is weak. Because they when we have a fever. But if they're weak, with their immune system, because it's over 100.4, then we want them to keep those kids home, to keep those kids, their kids safe, as well as other kids. And so the more we can talk about that, if we can't take their temperature, but I want to let parents know too, if they want to borrow one of our one of our thermostat or thermometers, then you know what, maybe we'll make one available where we can sanitize it in between people using it if they don't have a thermometer at home, so they can test their kids if they bring them to school, if they drop them off, things like that before they go to the playground. So just get that word out that we want to help make sure that their temperature is taken each day.
Thank you. So very appreciative again to our administrators, our teachers. So as far as making a determination on what we want to do with masks, I know we discussed this at length a couple weeks ago. And obviously we need to discuss this and make a decision as a board. I spent a lot of time, like everybody else, looking at numbers. In fact, one of the things I had to do was keep in mind there are two sides to this because I have an opinion on it, and the vast majority of people I associate with have the same opinion, and everyone seems charged on this topic. So they're sending me a lot of information, most of it one-sided. I'm trying to keep in mind that there's two perspectives to this. Personally, I would like to see two things happen. This is my view. As far as our teachers, they need to feel safe. And teachers are, just by the fact that they're adults, are a higher risk than our kids are. And honestly, at any phase, whether we're green through red, I want to fully support the teacher's right to not be approached by someone who's not wearing a mask because there's a chance they can get sick. So whether it's 6 feet, 8 feet, whatever we determine, when we're teaching our children what the expectations are as they come back to school, I want to teach them essentially you can't approach a teacher, period, unless they've told you specifically that you can without a mask. They need to be, and honestly, which we to some degree do anyway, limit physical contact between adults and kids. But those teachers, whether it's, tape off something around their desk or they're teaching or whatever it is so that there's kind of a barrier. The physical distancing appears to be more effective than masks by any study that I have read. So if we can basically isolate the teachers so that there's not a lot of contact, I want to keep our staff safe. As far as the kids themselves and mandating masks, I made a statement to this effect last week. To what good do the masks do? They're definitely not foolproof. It's hard to argue that they offer some kind of a benefit. They have to do, something to slow stuff down. How well is that offset by the fact that kids are touching themselves and their face and their friends and readjusting their masks all the time? Hard for me to say. I don't want to pretend to be an expert on that. I looked a lot there's been multiple other countries open up. I even looked at studies, across Europe for different schools, countries that have opened up. I looked at the mortality rate for kids, including kids with pre-existing conditions. The mortality rate for children is 0.002%. Children largely aren't affected by the disease. There's even a lot of evidence suggesting they don't spread it well amongst themselves simply because they don't come down to be symptomatic enough to where they have fevers and are spreading it, at least not near to the degree that adults do. To what degree do they spread it to adults? Also, a lot of evidence suggests that they spread it to adults at a much slower rate, much less frequent than adults spread it back and forth to each other. So ultimately, this is where I stand on this. If you would make a rule and make a mandate, you have to enforce it. I am not in a position where I want to tell kids that we're going to deny it. Ultimately, you have to come to a spot where you could, potentially be suspending kids or disciplining them. I don't want to discipline a child and say you have to put on a mask and wear it around school, around the hallways, or in classrooms, when all of the data suggests that you're ultimately not really at risk unless you have an underlying condition. If you do have an underlying condition, I don't think masks should make you feel safe enough to go to school as kids if you're going to be, interacting with your friends all the time. That's not my decision to make. That's their parents. But all of that being said, I strongly recommending masks if kids are mature enough to wear them. If you think your kids are ready to wear them, if they want to wear them, if you feel safer doing it, by all means. I think it should be a decision that's left up to the family. Sorry. and not up to me. So I don't want to mandate. Another thing that I took into consideration since our last meeting, this is a very charged topic. I want to make sure I'm not necessarily just voting my opinion on it, but people who voted us in to do this. I spoke with as many parents as I could think of on this, representing at least 150 kids in the district. And I even got to the point where I was trying to find a parent that would tell me they wanted their kids in masks. So I thought of two friends that have underlying conditions. One basically said, we have underlying conditions, mask or no mask, we're not sending our kids to school, so I don't really care what you do. The other, the father has underlying conditions, and so I actually expected him, and I was almost kind of looking forward to the conversation. He has had viral meningitis, has a weakened immune system, and said, if you mandate masks, I won't send my kids to school. If you make it optional, they'll go, and I'll support you. In other words, he was very anti-mandating masks. I feel like I have an obligation to represent the people that I think put me in this chair. I know there is an opposing side to this, but the overwhelming majority of parents that I have talked to with kids in the district said, I don't want you to mandate that they do this. So all of that being said, I don't want to change the decision we reached prior, which would be to mandate masks. Honestly, at any level, I want the teachers to be able to require distancing around themselves so that they feel safe. But I personally would not vote for a motion requiring masks, even in phase orange. I'll open this up to see if there are differing opinions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
All three of my children attend Mr. Adams' school. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Adams. Not sure if it's goes both ways there, but
We'll assume not.
I'll assume not because he didn't respond. All three of my kids are knock on wood healthy. My wife and I are knock on wood healthy, but as sending my kids to school, I would ask all three of my kids to be respectful of their teachers and Mr. Adams. And if a mask needs to be worn to show that respect, then I'm going to ask my children to do that. But I also see where you're coming from on both sides of it. It's a tough one. We're going to either make 50 people mad or we're going to make 50 people mad on either side of the table. So I see where you're coming from, but as a parent with 3 kids at Shadow View Elementary, I'm going to send those 3 kids to school with a mask and tell them that they need to do what they're told. And if that means wearing a mask, they will wear a mask.
Yeah.
Mr. Garner, can everybody hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna keep this brief. I'll say a few things and then I'll shut up and get off my soapbox. I know we're all tired of talking and debating about this whole mask issue. In the last board meeting, we heard from our local health coach from Valor that strongly recommended masks. And in the days following that, I heard from several other local doctors that strongly advocated against masks. And it puts us as decision makers in a very frustrating position because who do we believe? And that's not to say that there's any malicious intent or anything like that from any of these folks advising us. But there are so many opinions so varied on this issue that it makes it really difficult to know where's the valid data? Who's got the valid information? And for me, until science and medicine are able to get on the same page and make a firm decision one way or the other as to the efficacy of masks, I am unwilling to make a hard line stance on the issue in either direction. I believe, so I'm saying all that, I firmly believe that Superintendent Wood's recommendation of our administrators and teachers is the right one. And I say that because it's going to make everybody angry. There is no right answer here. And I feel it would be reckless to not have some kind of a mask requirement. And I feel like it's potentially reckless because we don't know. And I feel it would be as reckless and careless to lay down a blanket mask mandate. I believe that requiring it only when we're in code orange. So if we graduate out of orange into yellow or green, that obviously eases things up a lot. Only when physical distancing isn't possible, and only when we're talking about extended periods of time greater than 15 minutes. I think that is a great compromise that is going to anger every single person in Gem County that has an opinion on this. And when there is no clear answer, I think the best thing to do is just find the middle ground. As to policing and enforcing the mask mandate, obviously this is not every teacher, but a lot of the teachers in our district have come out and asked for masks. And so if they're willing to stand behind it, and they're willing to enforce it and police it and all of that, then I think we should support them. I don't know how many of you have had an opportunity to read Mrs. McDade's report out from the Jumpstart pre-K program over the summer. 19 kids, 17 of them came to school with masks every day. A couple of them were twirling them around and using them as a slingshot, as we know kids will do, but for the most part, it was not easy and it was not fun, but it was doable. So in some respects, I think I almost feel like we're putting too much concern on whether or not the kids can do it. Kids are resilient. They can handle it. For me, I believe that parents that completely disagree with this, they have an alternative. We have provided an alternative, and if they don't like that, then there are other alternatives out there. But I think finding the balance, finding the middle road until we can hear from the science community a firm answer, yes or no, if masks are helpful in preventing the spread of this thing or not. We need to try and find a compromise in the middle ground. I believe that this is it.
All right. Thank you, Trustee White. Mr. Walker?
I took a psychology class from BSU, one of the first classes I took in college. And I learned a lot about social experiments. This is the biggest social experiment on the planet. And I've been relatively quiet during this meeting because some of the people I respect the most who've lived in this community like I have for a really long time have reached out to me and said, if you require masks, then my kids will come to school. If you don't count on us being there. Some of those same people have told me that they're willing to contribute funds to make sure masks are available, which to me says they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. I've also heard from individuals who I thought would be in favor of a mask policy tell me outright the same thing that you're hearing from these other trustees. Why are you infringing on my rights? But I still can't understand why no one's contesting wearing seatbelts. You have to wear a seatbelt or you get a ticket or a fine. If you go into a place of business, they can tell you whether no shirt, no shoes, no service. Don't see anybody contesting that. So is this purely political or not? I don't know. I didn't get to read all of those studies, Mr. Woods. I fell asleep in, I think, attachment 4, right?
I sent you the cliff notes.
Oh, yeah, I appreciated that. And I don't know what the little squiggly lines mean next to some of the numbers. I don't know what some of those mean.
I don't know what they mean.
I know the one means about this much, right? But from what I can tell, if everyone's in this room is sitting facing the front of the room, wearing a mask, you can actually create a jet stream going past the back of your mask and push more virus or whatever's coming out of your mouth towards the person behind you. So maybe them facing each other is better. But maintain 6 feet behind those people so that they don't pass it, or maybe it's 12 feet because of the jet stream effect. I mean, what in the world are we supposed to do with this? Trustee Garner just leaned over and said, I think you're the swing vote. I don't swing. I'm happily married. I love her a lot, and I'm not doing it. Okay, but and maybe that's not appropriate, I'm sorry. But if we can go on an AB schedule, which I was not in favor of in the first place, and to Mr. Atwood's point, we are homeschooling our kids this year, and that is a decision we made. Because I believe people can make choices, and that's a choice we made. Given the circumstance and the information provided, or the lack thereof, and this lack of the certainty thereof, we made that choice as a family. And there are options, and there are plenty of options to Chairman White's statement. My question, Mr. Woods, is if there's 620 kids at the middle school, and I don't know the exact numbers for the high school, 785?
No, about 750.
750 projected? Are we, and I don't know about the elementary schools, but are we certain of those enrollment numbers? I don't think so.
No, we're not certain of our enrollment numbers. We're projecting them from last year, looking at what we have this year. And at every single day, we have new kids that are either registering or actually going into the ERA program, because you take the 162 out of that number. So it's always it's a moving target until we start the first day of school.
So hypothetically speaking, if the people who are opposed find some other option or go online or whatever, and we decrease our numbers, is it possible to do what Trustee Weeks is saying and what I would like to say, and social distance enough that the kids don't have to wear a mask in the classroom? Because that will affect my decision in a very big way.
In the hybrid setting, the possibility is much more feasible, because you have half the students typically in a classroom on a day. There are some classrooms, especially in the domes, when you get very small classrooms, even with 15, you may not be able to social distance. What Southwest District Health and Central District Health presented to administrators last Wednesday were different ways within the classroom to actually to social distance, just exactly what you talked about, putting students in rows with everybody facing forward. Now everybody's breathing that same direction. And as long as students are not turning around and having conversations, you can actually bring the desk closer together, which I know in a high school setting, in every setting, it's difficult to do, but you can bring desks closer together. So there's options. I trust my principals and the teachers in the building to make those sound decisions and those professional decisions. And I know they're going to do the best they possibly can in the situation that they're given. They just need the direction. And that's why when I put that recommendation out there, it was giving them the direction that I think this district needs to go. Okay. And whether you agree to it or not, we will move forward, but we need to have a decision so we can move forward.
Mr. Chair, I got one more thing to say before we move forward here. I'm gonna probably butcher his name here just a little bit, but I'm gonna echo what Coach Hargett said at the last meeting, and whatever other administrator has said to this point. It is the most important thing we do to get these kids back into school. While we are voted earlier to go to a hybrid schedule, A and B, which is not ideal for most, but at least it gets those kids in school 50% of the time and allows our coaches, our teachers to make these contacts with these kids and get things moving in the right direction. So, you know what, fellow trustees, if we have to ask our community, our kids to wear a mask for 2 weeks, a month, whatever that may be, to make sure that every kid is getting checked in on, getting the education they deserve, then I think that is more of our right, or our job as an elected official, as the trustees of the Emmett School District, to do. It is sad to me that our governor's office, our state leadership has put the boards across all the districts in these positions with little to no guidance. And that our number one goal is the health and safety of our teachers and our staff. So while everybody brings up the point of it's your right, I understand. I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but it's more important to me that we get these kids in school and we try to do it in the safest manner possible. And right now, like Trustee White said just a little bit ago, you can argue with doctors and they can argue amongst themselves. None of us are medical professionals. I'm just a dumb construction guy, and I have to listen to what experts say on both sides of the aisle. But right now, setting that all aside, it's the most important we get these kids back in school. So let's try to give it a month or 2 weeks, whatever we want to call it, and see how it goes. And it sucks. I get it. But that is more important to me than anything. Andrew.
Mr. Chair, hypothetically speaking, we say masks for 2 weeks. Were the masks effective, or were the kids being at school around each other, as you have said, not at risk as much as the older population? So without a mask, it would have been about the same. By us saying they're going to wear a mask, are we just going to continue that practice and not know whether it was the mask or wasn't the mask? Are we going to then say, let's back off the mask one day a week as a Gene Friday for the kids? Or how are we going to handle that? Because I can see it becoming an all-year thing because we wear a mask. Even if incidents drop, if we take the masks away, at what point, at what level of rise, is it just Southwest District Health's level that at a certain point they say, now you're going back to wearing masks? I mean, when do we do that? And I may sound really opposed to the mask thing. I am so beside myself on knowing what to do with this. I'm not making a recommendation either way.
I think it's about a point that causality is going to be impossible to prove in any direction. But from the people I've spoken to, the parents I've spoken to do not see, the start in one direction as we can tell people it's mandated for now, and we'll see. They will take that as it's likely mandated all year, and they will behave accordingly, is my opinion. I don't necessarily want to keep talking because at this point, I don't know how to do that without campaigning.
So, Mr. Chair, my recommendation, actually, just to clarify, is only during Category 3 would masks be required, and only when physical distancing is not feasible for extended periods of time, up to 15 minutes. And that is where, I think I just lost this, that is where our professionals in those buildings will make those decisions within their SOPs, within their classrooms, saying, okay, I'm going to have 7 kids around me for the next 15 minutes. Hey, it's time to put on your mask and come sit down because we're going to be working on reading. And it's not just going to be masked. If you choose to mandate, we have face shields for all of our students, those students that may be hard of hearing, those students at the elementary level that are working on the reading and phonics, where they need to see the mouths and they need to see those pronunciations. Those are available, and they're available for our choir and our band, at different levels. So these things, but that's where and again, I apologize, but you guys, you talked about the governor not giving direction, and then they pass it down to you. And then without you giving direction, it's passed down past me to our teachers. And now we expect our teachers to make those decisions. And that's unfair. And that's why I made the decision, or I made the recommendation to bring this forward. I'm willing to be the bad guy. I'm willing to be the one that says this is what's best for our kids. And I'm not trying to get on my soapbox, but I just want to make sure you're aware of this. I wasn't, when I started this, I'm not the health professional. And I never thought as a superintendent I'd be having this conversation because of the health and the safety of our students at this level. And it's just a possibility, and I know the numbers of mortality is very low, but I don't want to be that school that has to bury a student and or a staff member because it's something we could have done. Okay. I'm not asking for the whole year. I'm asking for when we're in Category 3, that we look at mandating masks when physical distancing is not feasible. That's all I'm asking for.
And Mr. Woods, I was not trying to put that into that context when I made that comment. I was going back. But I guess we're to that point. I'd like to make a motion to follow Mr. Woods' guidelines that he outlined of starting with the Category 3 and doing the masks when not social distancing is not possible.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on that. We've had a lot of discussion. I'm not sure that we necessarily.
Sorry,
Haas?
if it's okay, I'd like to jump in and add. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to echo what Mr. Wood said and point out to the community that we have, from the top down, there has been a lack of leadership around this thing because nobody knows the answers, nobody knows what to do, and no matter what we choose, we're going to anger some folks, and nobody's been willing to do that. Mr. Woods has been willing to do that. Our administrators, our teachers, the teams that have put this proposal together and this recommendation together, they've been willing to put their necks on the line. I feel very strongly that as a board, we owe it to them to support them.
So we have a motion and a second. I will say that, we need to address this one, depending on whether this one's successful. My simple idea would be in any category to allow the teachers to protect themselves, whether it be in, yellow or green, and then simply allow the choice among the students to, within respecting the teacher's bounds, not require, but encourage. But that's not the motion on the floor right now. So we need to take.
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't want any, I'm sorry, Mr. Carr, I don't want anybody to have to wear masks. We as a county, we're in a unique position, and Coach Hargett and I have talked about this. I think I've talked about it with you guys. You look what's going on across our country. Nobody is in school. Nobody. That right has been taken away from them. I don't want them to wear masks, but if it means they got to wear them for 2 weeks just to see, I'm sorry, guys. My kid's going to go to school. I can't believe what they're freaking doing to our country over something this stupid, but you're not going to make anybody happy. It doesn't matter what we do. All I know is that we can come together as a community. We got to respect each other and just put our best foot forward and move forward and quit arguing about it. Atlanta, this is so stupid. Let's just come together as a community and get our kids back in school and let them learn.
All right.
Here, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If there's no further discussion, we'll call a vote.
Vice Chair, can I recommend that you please do a roll call vote?
Yeah. So we'll do a roll call vote on this one. Mr. Kimball.
Aye.
Mr. Weeks.
Aye.
Mr. Walker.
Aye.
Mr. White.
Aye.
And I'll say nay. Motion carries 4 for it, 1 against.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, would you mind taking a 5-minute break so I can fix my?
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes and we'll resume.
Thanks.
Do we need
During our operational plan. Are you
Well, yeah, but that's where you guys are supposed to give that presentation that gave it all during that.
That's what I keep
I know,
thinking, and that's why I said I'm
you
gonna
did it right. Yeah, I'm going, everybody else is going off different direction. Oh, thanks. Yeah, wasn't it cut down? Yeah. Thanks.
The problem is that you're talking in process, so when you turn slightly
There's
this
no
way, you're
problem. I
going to
do what I want. Now, how about that?
There you go. So, because you're talking to them, not to them, so you got to talk into the mic. I don't know, I need to find something better, I think.
Good you.
Are we muted?
Hey, thank you.
Well, yeah, let's back on that. I didn't want you to think that was. Oh, I know that. Wasn't meant to you.
I know what makes you, I just want to. One way or the other. I don't take that.
No, I know, but you made that call.
My dad had a play. Yeah, that's what we do.
All this I see.
Yeah.
All right.
Almost saying, has two slides on it.
Yeah. I do, friend. Oh, yeah. I know.
White reading for you.
Not that you have anything else to do.
I was 6.
Yeah, well, this conference last week, got 4 new boots.
I was there for years.
Kim? Plus sound. Did not.
I can get all the way outside. She was like, how can she upset with her department? Right now.
It'll be like we're all eating.
And I will go get some.
Yeah.
Oh.
I know. Same as straight. Right?
New Plymouth?
Yeah. I thought this was. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah,
But that also, rather than having.
Can't even see the crackers. Okay, because okay. We had three.
You know, I saw him in there today when I was
I've never seen We've already hired all of them. And Chris Wood
Oh, she can say that. That's what she does. Everyone, so I think I will say everyone. I bend over backwards.
I was calling those like places in the woods and the woods. I mean,
I think I'm fine.
You could always send your kids to Garberry.
Well, that's the, we'll clarify that. We didn't respond. So my, as I used to he and I are really good friends. He shows up at my house, we had to go on a road trip together. Both of my
I like to get the feedback.
You know, my, next door neighbor, and so I showed him how to get and I had to like stop myself. I'd be like,
I'm not, I will say,
They're gonna be you right now, but not lower, they're gonna be you there. It's not at a high, it was really rushing. With your
just so cute. I mean,
well, kudos to you not for, going against what.
every time I had to see one of my kids.
No, mandated. So, thank you for that. You're taking your hard stance, yeah. Yeah, I was like,
Greg, Greg,
yeah, there's only us two. Right.
did I not already get Katie Kloss in there? Because you've already hired me. I hate to see she does it this way because I can't tell which ones are brand new and which ones are. I don't care. But I've already got her released from the contract. Oh, you did already? On the 27th. You've already interviewed and hired.
Yeah. Well.
You're correct, but I had to have released her before I let you hire her.
Oh,
So that one.
yeah, but I don't have it. That's just not one.
You get it hurt?
All was clear today.
No, what, who you hired?
Heather West.
Heather West, or transferring her?
Title I.
It's only hitting you and him.
Okay.
Wait, I thought you said you were gonna get a blanket to.
Some of those are old. No, a lot of those are old. That's not, I mean, we talked about this on 2 weeks.
What are you drinking? Diet Coke? No, I wish. It was hard for me today because I thought, if I want a scotch and some Diet Coke.
How can I tell who's has been?
You know, my daughters switched up and they started in the their aunt turned them on to raspberries.
Oh, that's just, I know.
I didn't know you had flavor.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I know.
Oh, they let you do whatever you want.
Where you see him at?
huh?
They let you do whatever you want.
Pretty much.
Like I get a down very straight. Most people do.
All right, am I gonna
Is
get
that good?
No,
It doesn't sound good. I'm not gonna lie.
was hired to replace Chris Wood.
Almost like.
But you know, I'll try to. I'll try
I'm
to.
hired.
I'll meet you there.
Of course, that new, have you seen the new Dr. Pepper and cream soda mix together? The Dr. Pepper, they came out, they're like, it's a Dr. Pepper cream soda mix together. It just does not sound good at all.
Well, yeah.
I guess they're coming back.
Here comes the vice chair.
Yeah, it's something Dr. Pepper.
Drop the mic. Oh.
Drop the mic.
On the mask.
Oh my gosh.
Let's revisit it real quick. I have one thing I gotta do. All right, I have to get off while I'm talking about.
Oh, I can't hear you.
I know. I'm here.
Pretty sure there's never ever been anything really quick about masks this PM.
I gotta keep this right here.
Even Richie's. He's like,
There you go.
nice.
Oh, it's this.
Kind of.
New hires and transfers.
Where'd you get that?
I saw it when her.
Like, oh.
Yeah.
Nolans?
Yeah.
We just talked about Nolans today. Do you know where Mr. Beach is? He was. I know Gavin would like to get home soon. You're ready for your presentation? I know. I got it all up here for you. You got it. Just don't let Mr. Hargett get up here.
Oh,
Boy, you let him get to the podium. You need a taser. Taser.
A buzz collar. A buzz.
They're sending him home either tomorrow or Wednesday. So Chris said that they're gonna release them tomorrow at some point. But I mean, it might be late enough in the day that
What I did.
the surgery went phenomenal. Like they told us like 4 to 6 hours once they got him on the
Right.
bypass machine. And they were done.
We'll call our meeting back to order. I don't think I need to do anything more official than that, do I?
No.
Nope. All right. Mr. Woods asked for a minute to make a clarification.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, one of the conversations that didn't come across was students that are on IEPs and or 504s, they'll work with their teams, the team of teachers, the parents, on whether or not they will be mandated with masks depending on the issues and the accommodations necessary. So just want to make sure that that's out there as well, that they'll work with that team to make that decision.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, the approval or denial of new hires, transfers, resignations, change of job status, release form contracts.
So, Mr. Chair, you have in front of you the list of resignations. We've had a few since our last July 27th science teacher at high school and also our counselor at the middle school. Camden Rovig is one that we've talked about before is a resignation from the Emmett Middle School. He'll move to PERDA as an employee there. So he'll still be with the district. It's just which contract he'll be under. So we need to have that release at that point. Ms. Nutt had left us as a Title I teacher as well. Below that, you see the new hires replacing some that had resigned prior. And these are recommendations from each of our buildings. And then transfers as well. One that's not on the transfer list that I would add is Heather West. She's the para title at Carberry. She has completed her teaching certification and has been recommended for hire at the kindergarten position that was vacated by Ms. Kloss up above. So I'd also like to add that as a recommended hire.
Very good. Thank you.
Or transfer, that would be a transfer, I guess, into the certificate.
One together. Okay. We have a motion?
All motion, so presented.
Okay. Motion to approve is presented by Mr. Weeks. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Walker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's no. Haas, are you on with us still?
I am, can you hear me okay?
We did. Were you in favor or against on the new hires?
Sorry, in favor.
Thank you.
I must have been on mute when I said aye.
Okay, we didn't hear you, so thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda, standard operating procedure action item.
Mr. Chairman, our principals have come up and discussed their standard operating procedures. These are working documents, with the exception of Mr. Carter. You may want to talk a little bit more about his, but these are operating procedures that over the next 2 weeks, our teachers and our staff will still continue to look at as we bring students back. And then as we get into this hybrid model, we'll be looking at any significant changes we'll bring back to the board at our September board meeting for action or adoption as well. But I would ask that you approve these SOPs as presented.
Mr. Chair.
I'll make that motion.
Oh, fine.
Overachiever.
Mr. Kimball deferred to you, so Mr. White has made a motion to approve the,
Yes, motion to approve is presented.
all right. Mr. Kimball, would you like to second that?
I'll second.
Steal your thunder. All right. That's a yes. All in favor? Aye. Oh, sorry.
Before we go on to vote, I would just
Sorry, any
like to
discussion?
say, I know these are I know these are working documents and stuff, but I am one of those guys that loves to see, as we go along, things that work, don't work. So if we can keep us apprised of that, just because I have nothing better to do. But in all seriousness though, I like to know what works and doesn't work. So as we go through these, it's good learning. And I hope that all administrators share what's working and what's not working in their buildings to each other. That's all I have.
Very good. Apologies. Any further discussion on this? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. I believe that's unanimous. All right, our last one, we've got athletics and activities guidelines and procedures for the 2021 school year. We have a guest speaker for us.
Gavin Watson, athletic director at the high school. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to come up here and talk a little bit about this plan. I'd like to first recognize all of our coaches. So as most of you know, this summer we instituted sort of a staged reopening into summer workouts in athletics. So our coaches worked through June and July using some of the policies and procedures that we agreed to as a conference. Our coaches did a phenomenal job all summer long. We had, once we hit the threshold of over 50 for a group, we basically had full practices going with social distancing as possible, sanitizing, and we did not have a single positive case result from that this summer. So it's a credit to our coaches, their communication with me. There were a couple instances where student athletes had potentially been exposed outside of athletics. Did a great job notifying their coach. Their coach told me. I spoke to Mr. Woods a few times regarding those instances. Students stayed away for 14 days. In one instance, we suspended practice for 14 days. So we had a really good job of monitoring that all summer long. Our coaches were phenomenal and not a single case. And so I think that was sort of an example of how we can effectively bring athletics back and do it safely and not have that be the source of an outbreak. I think we proved that over the summer. The guidelines in front of you are basically that top portion here, guidelines for all coaches and participants / athletes. That's basically an continuation of the practices that we did over the summer with a few added pieces, a couple key points I'll talk about. Midway down that section, do not make any practice mandatory. This is kind of a shift from the norm. I think we have mandatory practices, but I think in this current situation we're in, we have to emphasize the importance of having student athletes stay home if they feel ill and not have them worry that it's going to have repercussions in terms of playing time, their status on the team if they stay home sick. So give them that option to stay home and it won't affect their standing on the team, playing time or anything like that. So I'm sure all our coaches will be on board with this if you guys approve it and I present it to them about the kind of flexible nature that we got to have when we're going back to sports. Down at the bottom of that first section, any coach or student athlete that has a positive COVID-19 test should be cleared by a doctor's note or release note from Southwest District Health before they can return to participate. That's going to be, kind of tricky because, a lot of times if a student's sick, they're not going to necessarily want to get a test. We have protocol for that. If the student's ill, showing symptoms, they're going to self-quarantine for 14 days. If they have a positive test, we won't reintroduce them to the team until they are cleared by a health professional. Are there any questions before I move on about just kind of our basic guidelines in terms of sanitation protocol within practices or anything like that?
No, sir.
Guidelines for events. We're going to recommend that coaches and other contest personnel wear face masks during the events, and that will kind of hinge on how many people we can let in, and I'm going to get to that in just a second. Your approval of the superintendent's recommendation will sort of guide where we go with that. Recommend masks. We will mark out our facilities as best we can to promote social distancing. We will limit, we'll kind of create a flow of traffic for entry and exits. We're going to close some off, open some up. Mr. Carter spoke already about bringing in extra seating for outside events to facilitate social distancing. Sports like soccer in the fall, cross country, very easy to social distance, don't have very big crowds. Volleyball's indoors. So we'll put together a plan in terms of seating and how we can social distance. And then football is obviously the tough one, how many people, but we're sort of working through that right now. And then going back to events, so attendance, this is kind of the big talking point. When I put this together in terms of allowing spectators at events, I went back to the reopening plan that was approved a while back. And so I based spectators at games off of the reopening plan's definition of visitors at the school. And so in category 1, I don't believe there was any restriction to visitors at buildings. Is that correct? So in that case, we would have our normal attendance limits if we're in the green. We would encourage masks. We would encourage physical distancing. But we're not going to put any rigorous sort of guidelines in effect or limit fans in the green. In the yellow, based on the reopening plan, it was visitors are restricted. This is the phase where we would limit the amount of people into games so that we can effectively social distance. We would still suggest masks, but we would actually go physically mark off areas of seating and determine how many tickets we can sell to each event to where we can facilitate that effectively. And then in category 3 of our reopening plan, it said no visitors whatsoever in the buildings. So that was kind of my cue for no fans in category 3. The rest of our conference is a little bit divided on this. And we're actually only in line that I know of within our conference as of right now. Maybe Middleton, maybe Valley View and Ridgeview would be the only schools that would allow fans in yellow. Every other school is going to restrict no fans in yellow, no fans in orange, limited fans in green. So we are a little bit more willing to accept fans in most of our conference. You raised a point before about, angry parents showing up to games and this and that. I mean, we are, compared to the rest of our conference, going to be a little bit more willing to let people in. So those schools are going to face a much tougher fight than we are. It's going to be difficult all season if Caldwell doesn't allow fans at a football game for us to tell our parents you can't go to Caldwell, but that's what we find ourselves in. As long as it has local control and there's no, the IHSAA has not come down with any regulations in terms of fans, so it's up to each district. So it will be a communication issue. We're going to have to work really, really hard to make sure parents are aware of what schools are allowing fans, what schools aren't. But to me, to align our fans with visitor restrictions in the opening just made sense. And so that's why I have no fans in category 3. Do you guys have any questions about fans at games, attendance?
I do. Have we thought of YouTube living or anything of our games? Is that possible?
We've talked about it, and we looked into Pixelot as a company that installs a camera and streams game online. However, it came with a $2,500 price tag to get those initially installed, and with the potential of not having fans and facing budget shortfalls, it didn't seem like a wise move to make. We're just going to try to get through the year being able to pay our officials and our workers at games if we have fans. It is something that I've been thinking about. We don't have any plans in place right now, but I think we're going to continue to have those talks about how we could potentially do something like that, so at least people could watch at home.
Mr. Watson?
Yes, sir.
So $2,500 price tag, is that all inclusive with that? We could be able to watch football, basketball, baseball, all of the sports?
No, so that was for two cameras. So basically they're calling it free, quote unquote, after the initial price tag of installation. That would be for 2 cameras we place in the gym, we place at the football field. Those are our biggest venues in terms of spectators. So we would have football games and volleyball games in the fall. We would not have soccer and would not have cross country. In the winter, we would have basketball and maybe
And
wrestling.
that would be $2,500 all in.
For all of those.
Yes, for 2 cameras.
Mr. Carter?
Let me add to that.
So perhaps we could use this YouTube platform that we have and social media to ask our community if these are things that are important to you as they are to me. Would you be willing to try and do some, kick in some money and do some fundraising? That way it doesn't, because obviously the district is in a financial position where we couldn't feasibly really come up with that, but maybe we could enlist the help of our community.
Yes, absolutely. If that's something that we'd like to pursue, it kind of enters us into a 4-year agreement with Pixelot, I believe. And so we're gonna have to reach out. I reached out to Pixelot. I haven't heard back from them yet to get the details. But once we do figure out kind of what our commitment to them will be, we can look at some fundraising efforts to absolutely. I think that's a great idea.
Part of that, I would be more than happy to help with that.
Thank you.
Mr. White, Mr. Carter would like to say something.
Part of the thing with Pixelot is in the past, when you purchased the program and the cameras and so forth, you could sell advertising on there. Part of the reason Pixelot is offering us the cameras for free, the $2,500 is for installation and wiring and those kind of things that we have to do. But we also have to agree for 4 years, we will not be able to advertise. They'll be able to advertise and gain the money back from that. So not only is the $2,500, but we cannot gain any money off of the system for 4 years.
And so essentially it's assuming they don't negotiate with us, we're agreeing to 10 grand over 4 years. Is that right?
No, just $2,500 for the initial installation.
It would,
Okay.
it would be whatever we sold the advertising for and how many we sold.
After the 4
So
years.
it could be more than that. If we were sold $4,000 or $5,000 worth of advertising a year, it could be quite a bit more that we would be giving up.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carter, Mr. Watson, I know you guys have a lot on your plate right now. You too, Mr. Woods. I know there's a lot going on, but I would love to know what we could do for that. To your point, Mr. Carter, if it's an advertising opportunity that could actually serve community need in broadcasting games when people can't be physically present and be a source of revenue for the school district, that if you guys could explore that a little more and come back to us with some recommendations, that would be huge.
But
the concern
So,
was that we
whoa.
wouldn't get.
I got to say something about this. I'm sorry.
Okay. So in order, we'll go Mr. Weeks.
If it affects our advertising and fundraising, it's not, for me personally, it's not even an option. Because I know what our football program's got to raise to even feasibly put kids on the field. And I'm the basketball booster president, and I know what our basketball's got to have. And they would be making a killing off of us. I mean, it's not $2,500 that's pennies.
Gotcha.
I think we had, and you correct me, for basketball last year alone, we had 4 sponsors at $1,000 each.
Okay.
That was just.
Well, that was
for
just
floor signs.
those.
Yeah,
We
that
had
didn't include-
$15,000 just in basketball boosters last year. And they have to have like $45,000 just to put kids on the field.
So just for clarification, then, is it advertising just on their streaming site, or any advertising that what are we limiting ourselves to?
Advertising on their streaming site.
Okay.
Yes, advertising on their streaming site for 4 years. So that was their pitch to schools, is that you could buy Pixelot in the past. You could get Pixelot, you could sell the advertising, make the revenue. Their deal is we'll give you 2 free cameras, charge you for the install, but they get to sell advertising and keep the advertising revenue for 4 years. After 4 years, then we could start selling our own advertising on Pixelot. My hesitation on Pixelot in the past was it would keep fans from coming to our games, and that would affect our gate. I mean, I like having full stands. I didn't think we were a community really large enough to really warrant all the install and cost of Pixelot camera when most of our community comes to the games.
Okay. I'd be curious to know what the price tag is. It's unrestricted for us. Do we know that?
Please don't quote me. I want to say $5,400 a camera, if I remember correctly in the past.
Gotcha. Okay.
But that's been a while, and That's the number that's sticking out in my head, but don't quote me on that.
Gotcha. So we're in the neighborhood of 10 grand for the 2 cameras then.
Right.
Anyway, we'd be happy to entertain some of that in a future, as far as attendance, I understand that, this wasn't necessarily with the goal of your presentation, but we'd like to do whatever we can so that people can see their kids play.
Right.
Well, I'm just thinking of future 4 years. I mean, if it was for a year, I'd be all for it, but locks into that for 4 years.
4 years is a long.
That's a long time.
Right. If we can do something with our own camera, YouTube live stream, I'd be more inclined to do that than sign up for Pixel.
Agreed.
Yeah. If you guys wouldn't mind looking into maybe making a recommendation as soon as possible, as potentially as soon as our first games, that would be great.
And I think we can find, we have senior projects and we have kids that need projects all the time. And I think we can find a kid that's willing to do that. YouTube stream live, I don't even know. That's out of my category.
We may have some
Chair.
alumni or parents with decent cameras for YouTube
Right.
live. So
Can we not live stream Huddle?
You could do it on YouTube. You can also sell the game after the about ready to roll that.
Well, that'd still be cheaper.
So for those that don't know what Huddle is the program that Coach Hargett uses, which breaks down the game play by play. And so they can sit and look the old film of watching and rewinding and then watching and rewinding. Now with Huddle, that program does all that for him, and he can build packages within the, he can say all defensive packages and those, you know what I'm saying? So that's what Huddle is.
Okay.
We have to pay for that service.
Okay.
You were still in leather helmets.
All right. So sorry. Well, if you guys would follow up with us on that, please, unless we have any further questions on streaming or whatever else. But
I'm Mr. Chair Haas, I'm sorry, but that was like red flag for me. Sorry.
yeah, that was a good catch. Please proceed.
Yeah, no apology. I don't have that experience, so I appreciate your expertise in that area.
Any more feedback on allowing fans in the games? I mean, based on the vote that the vote that you guys just had, that would put us in orange. That would mean any sporting event in orange, we would allow no fans in the games. We would explore video streaming.
Is it irresponsible to pursue something in an orange category? Say, two kids. If we can physical distance them with 6-8 feet apart. Even if it's just 2 fans per kid for that sport or whatever, I'd be happy to entertain something where we're saying, hey, we're keeping physical distancing, but at least mom and dad or your guardians or best friend, whoever has the option.
I even brought to I think it's Mr. Woods the other day, we even talked about using the 208 racetrack. They have a big screen down there. And if we don't allow fans, seeing if we can somehow show the game down there where people can sit in their cars and at least watch the game too. So we're looking at all kinds of options to provide for our kids and the parents.
So going back to your question about allowing 2 fans, I'm all for fans. I'm all for fans. It's going to be a struggle financially, and so a little bit of money in the fall, the better, to help us pay for winter and spring sports. I simply base this off of the district's reopening plan in terms of visitors. Amending category 3 to allowing parents only, I think that's extremely doable. We would just have parent passes that we gave to every single kid. For each game, they have 2. Their parents present that at the game. They can buy a ticket. So if you guys feel comfortable doing that in category 3, it means fans for us, and that's great.
Yeah. Superintendent?
Mr. Chair, can I would suggest that if we're going to do this, we push the actual decision off to a special meeting on August 24th, because we want to look at our reopening plan where we've, in this orange category, we're not allowing visitors or rentals within the facility, so we want to be consistent. So if we do changes, I'm not against this. Our thought process with orange was to limit visitors in the building, and so we blanketed. That would include weekends. That would include anything. So if we're going to do this, I think we need to make sure that aligns with our reopening plan. But if you want to give us a directive to actually look at that in both areas, it would also help with the rental of our facilities on weekends, when there's not students in the building or after school. And so we can look at that and bring it back bring back some recommendations at the 24th on this portion of it, if you'd like.
I would, like I say, we have to be able to allow for social distancing. I understand you're just following our direction, but yeah, I think if we could explore that option, I'd like to entertain something that we can feel like is responsible, but maybe gives us at least a little bit of options for the kids to be, at least have some loved ones there. Anyone else?
No, I'm in total agreement.
Yeah, I'm in agreement too. I think we're not willing to vote on this tonight and kind of look at that realignment, bring it back for the special meeting on the 24th.
Great.
And you could vote on the rest of the plan if you wanted, with this being, they come back with an amendment on the 24th. That way our coaches can move forward with everything else within there and where we're going, and we can amend this on the 24th if you want.
Okay, good.
Okay, so moving on down to travel. Travel guidelines were taken directly from the reopening plan. Transporting athletes, when I thought about it, I didn't see it being any different than transporting kids to and from school. And so the safety regulations and guidelines that Mrs. Davis had come up with for transportation and travel, took that directly from their opening plan. We use that, so we'll follow those same guidelines for athletics. And then response, last piece, any individuals that may have had direct exposure to the virus are expected to self-quarantine for 14 days and monitor symptoms, kind of following the same protocol we did this summer. And a lot of this came from guidelines sent out from the Idaho High School Activities Association, the governor's stage of reopening, our guidelines, Southwest District Health, and guidelines from the CDC. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting that. Do we have any questions before we wrap this one up?
Thank you, Gavin.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah. Appreciate it. All right. So do we have a motion on the floor with regard to the athletics and activities guidelines?
Mr. Eloquent.
I'm not sure if that means you want me to make a motion or if you're going to.
No, I'm just saying.
All right. So let me phrase it this way. Do we have a motion to approve the athletics and activities guidelines and procedures as presented with the caveat that we will revisit fans in the stands?
So motion. Oh, my God.
I'm going to give that one to Trustee Kimball.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Weeks. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous. All right. Moving on, under informational items, public update on teacher salary schedule and career ladder placement for the 2019 and 2020 year.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to take a few minutes and talk and clarify some comments that were back in the June board meeting and we've discussed at different times. Based on the 2019-20 budget that was adopted last June of 2019, we had projected our revenue for salary-based apportionment. It was inaccurate by approximately $65,000. This was just a mistake due to approximately 33 certified staff members being placed on the professional rung 3. So what we're talking about is this. This is this was a 2019 career ladder that all of our teachers are placed on. Professional rung 2 is 42.5, and then if they have 24 or more credits, they get 44.5 as their salary, and a master's is 46,000. Professional 3 is 42.5, 44.5, and 46,000. So as far as their placement on this, there was no mistake as far as the amount of money that they were paid. The concern is when it's kind of confusing. If you look at, and hopefully you had a chance to review it, this is the Idaho code from this, that when they had to develop and look at where staff members should be placed, this section right here, effective July 1st, 2019 through the 30th, 2020, school districts shall receive their salary-based apportionment. The question is here. I'm going to get up here very quickly because this one is highlighted. It says individuals in the professional levels 1 and 2 during the previous fiscal year will move to the professional level 2. So the mistake was made is when they're looking at how they were funded, if you were in professional rung 1 and professional rung 2, you moved, the P1s moved up to P2. That's fine. The issue became the professional levels 3 and the professional level 4s should have been moved back to professional level 3, and that's where the mistake came in. is they were moved incorrectly only when it comes to how we were budgeting it out. It wasn't a mistake. The salary schedule, they're in the right spot. They made the right amount of money, but when our business manager was given the information that, and I wasn't there when this happened, and she wasn't there, but she was given the information, said, these teachers are in P3, they should have actually been moved to P2. And so what she did is, by looking at P3, that gave her a projection that they were going to generate this amount of revenue because they were P3s, when in actuality, they should have been moved to a P2. And so that was the only thing. So we anticipated approximately $65,000 more in revenue for those teachers than we actually received. We covered that loss, or we covered that the loss in revenue that was anticipated within our budget, but they were misplaced, and so we want to make sure that they were placed correctly, and that's where we went through as a union and the GCA. We sat down during the negotiation and said, we've identified this. We know the mistake. It's on us. It didn't cost the district any more money. We're going to fix that mistake this year, and the staff as well are aware of it, and we're going to move forward with that, so that when we look at the salary schedule, we're not always behind where they would be. If they were P3 and they should have been P2, and we move them back to the P2 that they're currently at, they would move up to 42.5. If we left them where they were, they would move up next year after a salary freeze to 43.9, which means they're always behind. And so we're working on that. And not that I like the idea of a salary freeze, but by moving them back to P2 where they are, where they should be, and when we go into negotiations, and this was the discussion we had, we want to make sure our P3, because all those that have just been moved back, they're at 42.5 again. We want to make sure we look at P3 as a salary step, that maybe there's an increase. So they're not setting the same amount of money for 3 years in a row. That's going to be a priority. That was a priority that talked with the GCA about it when we discussed this. This was nobody's fault. This was not, I think it was just a discussion, and I think it was a mistake, because how they had to collapse all that, and it was just an error that nobody caught. But that's why we have multiple people looking at these things, and especially, I want that whole team there. I mean, when we start looking at it, it's Cheryl, it's Cindy, it's our business manager, our payroll, our HR, and GCA saying, okay, what's it going to look like? And we've discussed it with the GCA that we need to start this discussion early to build a sustainable calendar the rest of the way through. But I just wanted to make sure, for transparency for everyone, that they're aware of how this kind of transpired. Again, based on what I know, based on the conversations that I've had, this was not this was a mistake. This was an honest mistake that didn't cost the district any money. All it did was we anticipated more money than we actually received. So open for questions, I guess.
Mr. Woods, or Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Woods, I'm going to come out and I know you said it was a mistake, but I'm just going to re-echo this question. So in your opinion, and Cindy's and the business manager's opinion, this was not done in any sort of a fraudulent or cherry picking manner?
Absolutely not. I believe that the superintendent you had before me was a stand-up guy. I will tell you right now, he was professional. This was a mistake, and there were multiple people involved in that. And it could have happened. It may happen to me, but I'm going to always double check to make sure it doesn't happen. But absolutely not.
It better not happen to you, Craig.
I know. Well, it won't. But
and to reiterate, there was no placement. There weren't that certain teachers were moved and others not. It collapsed. The whole group fell into that category at the same time. There wasn't a favoritism shown. Is that accurate?
Correct. And I asked Mrs. Spalding to share with you the list of teachers, so you had that. And it was a group. If it would have been, cherry picked here or there, and then there would have been something to kind of look into, but absolutely not.
Very good. Just wanted to reiterate that.
And thank you for taking that question seriously on that. Just to put the community's mind at ease that we've looked into it from a district standpoint.
Thanks.
All right. Appreciate that. There were no are there any policy things to review?
So, Mr. Chair, I recommend, that we have a special meeting on August 24th for our safety plan. And for policy, we have our 1,000 policy coming from ISBA that we've kind of pushed off. That's going to take a couple hours to review that. I didn't think you guys wanted to stay here until 11 o'clock tonight, so that's why we pushed the policy off. And then also possibly to look at any edits to the reopening plan and the athletic plan as well. So long story short, no policy tonight.
All right. Board member input for future agenda items. Obviously, we've asked for a couple of things to be at our next meeting. Anything we'd like to add to that list?
I think that's going to take up some time.
Yeah, sounds like we'll be here for a while. Mr. Kimball? No? Okay. Haas, anything you wanted to add on our next schedule?
I'm not sure yet. I have asked Mrs. McDade if she would be willing and able to give us an in-person presentation on the Jumpstart program that they ran over the summer for pre-K, 19 pre-K students. I haven't heard back from her yet if she was even going to be available for that, but that may be something that we do at our next meeting.
Okay.
No pressure if Mrs. McDade is watching.
Okay.
All to say it was really cool to see kids in school again.
Yeah. Well, I'd say that, you know, with all of the turmoil and all, you know, I am very happy that we're going to have kids back in school, and I guess rest assured, I think it is a very determined goal by the board that whenever possible, we're going to have kids in class, to the point that I'm willing to ignore health officials to a certain point to do so. Doesn't mean that it matters that that's my goal, but just so you're aware, we'll do what we can to keep kids in school.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just a thought, and if the rest of the board doesn't feel this is useful, then we can not add it to the agenda. But I would like to hear sometime in the future from, after school has begun, from some of the students themselves about how things are working out. I think it's important to have their input as we go forward with the school year.
Very good. Thank you. Ronnie, do you have something else?
I do have one more question. I need to back up a long ways a little bit.
Okay.
I heard a couple of you, have we had any insight on the spray guns? The sanitizing guns?
Ionizing machines.
So I ordered, Josh has ordered 7 of the the ionizing guns. I haven't heard if they're shipped here. Plus we ordered a barrel of the 24/7, which is kind of what we talked about. That is not a disinfectant. What it does is it actually puts a coat over everything. That the way it's explained is it's, and Middleton's using it, a lot of the other school districts are using it. It basically coats a surface at the microscopic level, and when viruses fall on that, it actually is supposed to puncture the virus and rupture it. And so they recommend that between 30 to 60 days, applications. We're going to start that in our classrooms, our playgrounds, and then on top of that will be the disinfectant piece. But we'll use those same backpacks for those surfaces as well. So as far as they were supposed to be not on back order, so you should have them started. That was my question. Well, you had brought up the other point, the playground equipment. Yes. It's going to be a huge tool for that playground equipment. So as long as they're not on back order, we're good. I haven't heard anything about back order. Brady has said that they could get them here, so I haven't heard from him yet.
Very good. There's no further items there. I need a motion to move into executive session on 74-206 1B and D.
Also motion.
It's been motioned by Mr. Kimball. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We need a roll call vote on this. Mr. Kimball?
Aye.
Mr. Weeks?
Aye.
Mr. Walker?
Aye.
Haas?
Aye.
And aye. Thanks for coming, everybody. We appreciate that. You're welcome to stick around. When we get back, we'll adjourn, but you're welcome to stay with that if you want.
Mr. Wood, would you call my cell phone?
Yeah, sure. I was actually going to send up another Zoom, but we'll do it by stealth. That'd make it easier, wouldn't it?
Okay, yeah, whatever you say.
Hello.
Thank you.
So we'll bring our regular scheduled meeting back to order. We did have a good discussion in executive session. The point of that meeting, or the goal there, was to set goals for our superintendent as an employee of the district, set goals for him to strive for the district, for himself personally. We do stand behind our superintendent. We actually are quite pleased with the job he's done so far and want to see him continue to grow and develop in that role. So we've set some good goals for him. We are behind the goals that have been set and are very confident in his leadership moving forward. Just so that everyone knows what the goal of that meeting was. Now that is done, unless we have any, does anyone have any further items? If we have a motion to adjourn?
So motion.
Mr. Weeks' motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? I will second. Okay, Mr. Kimball seconds. All right, all in favor? Aye? Aye. Any opposed? That. Let's go.
10 o'clock, not bad tonight.